Chapter 96. Not only did they plan to take the entire treasure for themselves, they even used the lives of the treasure hunters as stepping stones. How sinister! Perhaps after they get the entire treasure, they'll claim that the treasure is just a scam, that it's just a nest of 9th-level magical beasts. They'll just make up a lie and deny it even if they die. After all, everyone is dead and they're the only ones left. They can say whatever they want without worrying about anyone suspecting them because there's no witness. All they have to do is to destroy the stone tablet when they leave and then announce that they had no choice but to destroy the stone tablet to prevent the magical beasts from coming after them. This way, there won't be any evidence and they can sit at home laughing and counting everything they got. One has to say, this scheme of the auction house is really vicious. Really vicious. After telling his thoughts to Chuju and Mikoto, the two girls covered their mouths with their hands, their eyes filled with disbelief. Perhaps, in their hearts, this kind of scheme is simply unforgivable, so they can't believe it. Looking at Colas and the other two's face filled with joy and confidence, Wu Yan sneered in his heart. It's indeed a very thoughtful plan. Too bad, you guys probably didn't expect that under the pressure of the Stone Spider Army and the Giant Spider Queen, there would still be people alive, right? You guys probably didn't expect that there would be people like us who weren't part of the plan, right? I can only say that this is all heaven's will. Isn't that so? How could the auction house people know that there's a Wu Yan here with a magical cloak that can perfectly hide at the side and watch the show with them? How could they know that when they were hiding at the side and happily planning to swallow the fruit of victory, there's another existence beside them who's also watching the show? If this isn't heaven's will, then when Wu Yan and the rest were finally discovered by the Giant Spider Queen and were planning to retreat, the praying mantis that was planning to eat the cicada, appeared and forcibly retained the Oriole. Isn't this heaven's will? That's why, this is all heaven's will. Yen, what should we do now? Wu Yan's thoughts aside, Mikoto on the other hand couldn't hold it in any longer. Lightning flashed on her forehead as she stared at the scene expressionlessly. Her eyes were filled with anger. Looking at Mikoto's current state, it's obvious that everything the auction house has done has made her furious. How could Sis Cannon, who was filled with a sense of justice, not be angry when such a thing happened in front of her? She had a junior who was a member of the Conduct and Discipline Committee and was extremely kind. Although Mikoto's heart had hardened a lot since she was summoned by Wu Yan, her basic principles would never change. She was just a little naive before, but now that naivety was gone, her kindness was still there, and so was her inner heart. This was something that Wu Yan was very happy about. As for the president, she was about the same. If not for her lack of strength, she really wanted to rush up and teach those three evil fellows a lesson. Isn't that obvious? Wu Yan rubbed the back of his hand, the corner of his mouth twitched into a sinister smile. Since they've put on a show to watch a good show, if we don't inherit their spirit, wouldn't we be letting them down? What do you mean? Chuju and Mikoto kind of understood what Wu Yan meant. He wanted to give them a taste of their own medicine. Wu Yan didn't care if Chuju and Mikoto understood the meaning of this famous Chinese saying. He smiled and said, "Let them fight among themselves. Just as well, help us get rid of the Spider Queen and let us have a taste of what it's like to be a fisherman." Chuju and Mikoto were speechless. Looking at the sinister smile on Wu Yan's face, the two girls remembered how Wu Yan was coquettishly shouting, "Let's retreat," not long ago. They wanted to give him a few slaps on his wretched face. But, after they get rid of the Spider Queen, what about those 3 Tier 8? Mikoto said with a frown. Even if a Tier 9 super strong enemy was killed by someone else, 3 Tier 8s are still a very strong enemy. On their side, they only have 1 Tier 5, 1 Tier 6, 1 Tier 7, and 1 Tier 8. Against 3 Tier 8, no matter how you look at it, they have no chance of winning, right? Don't worry. Wu Yan of course understood what Mikoto was trying to say. He wasn't that stupid to overestimate himself and think that they're in the bag. If it's the Spider Queen, then we can only scrounge up the points and dig out the system secret. Otherwise, there's nothing else we can do. But, casting his gaze on Culus and the other two, Wu Yen smiled faintly and said softly, "If it's those three tier 8, with Ikaros, we still have a chance of winning." Ikaros! Chuju and Mikoto looked at the expressionless Ikaros and were surprised. But Chuju thought for a bit and said hesitantly, "Although Ikaros is a tier 8, and higher than any of the three, but she's only one person, against 3 tier 8, then, that's because you guys don't understand Ikaros." When Wu Yen said this, his tone was full of confidence. Rubbing Ikaros' head, Wu Yen smiled. "Ikaros is the king of group battles." King of group battles. Obviously, Chuju and Mikoto didn't understand Wu Yan's words. Looking at Ikaros and the hand rubbing her head, they were a little unhappy and a little envious. "Let's make an example, Mikoto." Wu Yan looked at Mikoto, startling her. "If you and Ikaros are of the same level, without taking into account equipment and other factors, based on pure strength, then with your ability, you should be able to beat Ikaros by a notch. But if you were to team up with another person, then the outcome of the battle would be different." At this point, Wu Yen couldn't help but see Chuju and Mikoto's confused expression. Wu Yen shrugged and continued his explanation. "Let's put it this way, if Ikaros is fighting with someone of the same tier, then she can unleash 100% of her strength. But if she's mixed into a group battle, then she can unleash 200% of her strength." At this time, Chuju and Mikoto's expression finally changed. Chuju touched her cheeks and said uncertainly, "According to what you're saying, Ikaros will be stronger in group battles." "That's right," Wu Yen said without hesitation. Ikaros was originally developed as a strategic all-purpose angel. All her settings are based on group battles. So, in group battles, Ikaros will be stronger. Hearing Wu Yan's explanation, Chuju and Mikoto nodded in understanding. But after a while, Chuju frowned again. "But, even if Ikaros is stronger in group battles, it can't be that much stronger, right? I reckon Ikaros' limit is to fight against 2 of the same rank, let alone 3. Didn't I say just now? That's just pure strength. The most important thing is Ikaros' equipment. 2 rare armaments, one of which is infinitely close to a gold armament, and one of which is a gold armament. Do you think Ikaros can still lose with such equipment?" The 2 girls were stunned. "Oh right, there's still the armament." Looking at the 2 girls' expression, Wu Yen smiled. "A gold armament, that's something only a tier 9 can have. I don't believe those 3 tier 8 guys outside would have a gold armament. So, with Ikaros being stronger in group battles, plus a gold armament and a top-tier rare armament, it's not like Ikaros has no chance of winning against those 3 tier 8. Wu Yan's words made Hinajuku and Mikoto lower their heads. They started thinking about the feasibility of this plan. Wu Yan didn't comment on this and he just smiled. He licked his lips in excitement when he recalled the scene where Ikaros fought against the tier 8 combatants. "That's why, other people fight while we wait for the loot to drop, that's fine." Chapter 97. Seeing Wu Yan's confidence in Ikaros, the 2 girls couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Mikoto turned her head away in dissatisfaction but still asked with concern. "Are you so sure that Ikaros can take on 3 people of the same rank? Even though Ikaros is strong in group fights, but against 3 people of the same rank, won't that be too much?" "Yeah, Yen, isn't this too dangerous?" Chuju looked at Ikaros worriedly. "Are you so sure that they don't have a gold armament? What if something happens and Ikaros gets hurt? Whether it's Ikaros' ability to fight in groups or the gold armament, it's all your own assumptions. If your assumptions are wrong and they have the gold armament, or if Ikaros' ability to fight in groups is enhanced, she still can't beat 3 people of the same rank. What will we do then?" Ikaros, who had been silent all this while, suddenly raised her head. Her voice was soft but firm. "Ikaros can fight." Chuju and Mikoto immediately looked at Ikaros, but all they saw was her expressionless face. They could only helplessly turn to Wu Yen. Wu Yen was speechless. Being stared at by the two girls, Wu Yen felt like he did something bad. He helplessly shrugged his shoulders. "You're right, there's always a what if." That was just a simple calculation. But even if Ikaros can't take them on, as long as she drinks resplendent breath, she'll be invincible for 3 hours. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Oh right, there's that too. Hinajuku and Mikoto looked at each other, embarrassed. It's obvious that they've forgotten about resplendent breath. Seeing this, Wu Yen laughed and shook his head. With resplendent breath's invincibility for 3 hours, even if Ikaros grinds, she'll be able to grind those 3 to death. So don't worry. Chuju and Mikoto nodded. Mikoto lamented. Sometimes, I really feel like having a system is cheating. With such a strong item, whoever goes up against it will be the unlucky one. Listening to Mikoto's mumbling, Wu Yen couldn't help but laugh. The system is a cheat to begin with. Ugh, it's still a trap. Finally, when all the corpses on the ground were dried up and their blood was sucked dry by the magic circle finally unleashed its full power. The blood-red color that was like the setting sun at dusk, with the last drop of blood flowing into the magic circle, the blood-red color weakened and slowly disappeared. The magic circle also became ordinary, like a decoration. Seeing this scene, Kulus, Momiri, and Jared weren't surprised at all. Instead, the joy on their faces grew. At the same time, they dropped all their defenses, the corners of their mouths twitched and a smile appeared on their faces. In the end, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. This can only mean that they've achieved their goal. Everything they wanted to do has basically been declared a success. And the fact is, it's indeed so. The magic circle below lost all its luster. Inside the magic circle, the Spider Queen felt a sense of danger. All the anxiety in its heart turned into a deadly premonition of death, driving it crazy. Taking advantage of the magic circle's disappearance, the Spider Queen let out a loud cry. Its numerous long legs fiercely stomped on the ground, shattering the ground and shaking the space. The Spider Queen nimbly jumped up and left the magic circle on the ground. However, before it could rejoice, an invisible force suddenly hit its body. That huge body that even a 9th-rank powerhouse would not be able to move was like a piece of paper. It was hit by this invisible force and heavily fell to the ground. Back in the original magic array, seeing the Spider Queen struggle, Kulus and the other two revealed a look of disdain. It's completely different from the vigilant and fearful look from before. It also exposed their true colors of vile characters, causing Wu Yen to sneer. Just now, before the magic formation had taken effect, he had looked like he would run away if there was even the slightest hint of danger. Now that he was relying on the power of the magic formation to suppress the giant Spider Queen, thinking that victory was within his grasp, he had started mocking him. He really was a true villain. The giant Spider Queen kept struggling, and its screams echoed throughout the space. However, no matter how much it struggled, it couldn't lift its body. It felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on its back. It felt as if its entire body was extremely heavy, and it couldn't move at all. As for the two giant spider guards, they were already lying on the ground. Kulus and the other two looked at each other and laughed even more cheerfully. Who knows if their laughter was a signal, but after their laughter, the sound of chaotic footsteps came from the other side of the stone path. Following that, people from the auction house appeared in front of Wu Yan's group. What made Wu Yan surprised was that it wasn't just the auction house, there were also people from 2 other forces that came in. Just thinking about it, Wu Yan came to a realization. I was wondering why there were 3 8-step powerhouses, they couldn't all be from the auction house. Otherwise, the auction house would have already unscrupulously dominated the entire supply town. So it turns out that there are two more from other forces. You can't blame Wu Yan for not noticing. Even with his complete memory ability, all his attention was focused on the auction house. He didn't pay attention to the other forces and only paid attention to those above the sixth step. That's why he didn't notice that there were two other forces hiding with the auction house. Pathetically defeated. Seeing this situation, the president got angry and said with a cold snort. Wu Yan looked at Chuju with a bit of surprise and said in amazement, "You've learned the idiom quite well." The old man from the auction house walked out from the crowd and came to the side of Kolos and the other two. He bowed and respectfully said, "Three sirs, did you succeed? Does that even need to be said?" Kolos waved his hand with an insufferably arrogant look, completely lacking the demeanor of a powerhouse of the Eighth Order. Although his voice sounded calm, the words that came out of his mouth were filled with an indescribable sense of pride. After spending so much effort, if it still didn't succeed, then it really doesn't make sense. Too bad, you're not destined to have the last laugh. The old man raised his head to look at the giant spider queen. Feeling the immense aura of death and pressure coming from it, as well as the powerful sound waves coming from its frantic struggle, he trembled a little. "Kolos, let's end it." Momiri noticed that under the pressure of the giant spider queen, the crowd stiffened and frowned. Jared also nodded, agreeing with Momiri's suggestion. "Got it." Kolos glared at the two of them with dissatisfaction, as if blaming them for not letting him show off in front of his subordinates. However, he still obeyed and took out a small blood-colored stone from his bosom. The three of them took a few steps forward and closed the distance between them and the giant spider queen. Seeing the giant spider queen's abnormally ferocious face and its eyes filled with killing intent and resentment, they all felt their hearts tremble. Kolos snorted coldly. He felt that this monster was about to die under his hands, yet he was still afraid of it and lost face. Thus, he viciously said, "So what if you're a ninth-step monster? You still lost to me, you still died under my hands. Remember my name, Kolos." That pretentious look made Wu Yan and the rest want to vomit. Flicking the small blood-colored stone into the magic formation, Kolos and the other two retreated. Under the gaze of the giant spider queen, the stone fell into the magic formation and slid in front of it, then it instantly vaporized. Following the vaporization of the stone, the magic formation seemed to have received some kind of order and started to rotate. Complex and hard to understand runes jumped in the air. The blood turned into a fluid that flowed around the giant spider queen and the two giant spider guards. A blood-colored transparent barrier rose from the bottom of the magic formation and then covered the entire magic formation, as well as the giant spider queen and the two giant spider guards. The giant spider queen seemed to have predicted its own outcome and let out a mournful cry that shook people's hearts. Boom. Chapter 98. Boom, a red beam of light shot up to the sky. The magic circle shot it out like a laser cannon and exploded on top of the stone wall. However, the stone wall didn't have the slightest bit of damage. It's like the beam of light was originally there. The beam of light filled the entire magic circle. The screams of the spider queen and the two spider escorts also leaked out from inside. The deafening explosion came out from the magic circle without any warning. Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, and Liren, who weren't prepared for this, all four of them felt dizzy and moaned softly. Only Ikaros was still as calm as ever. This made Wu Yan wonder if she's a natural or something. As for the people from the auction house, they looked at the magic array indifferently. At this time, the magic array was already in full operation, and the bright red light covered everything inside the magic array. Aside from a loud bang and the occasional miserable howl, no one could see anything inside the magic array. Seeing this situation, Kolos and the other two couldn't help but laugh out loud. The people behind them also let out a joyful expression, because at this moment, their plan has succeeded. Listening to the laughter coming from the crowd, Chuju and Mikoto clenched their teeth. If they didn't do this, they're really afraid that they wouldn't be able to hold it in and jump out. At this moment, they only felt pity for those who had died. Not only were they deceived, but they were also used after their deaths. Moreover, they were used to such an extent that they were worthless. At least, those who were immersed in the joy of the success of the plan did not care about their value. Wu Yan knows about the anger in the two girls' hearts, but he can only stay silent. He's not as kind as Chuju and Mikoto to not care about the people who died. Those people from before also didn't care about the death of their companions. In Wu Yan's view, they deserved to die, so there's no need to care about them. Of course, he also knows that he can't be as kind and forgiving as Chuju and Mikoto. He's just that selfish. No one knew how long the magic circle lasted. It was only when the screams stopped that the magic circle started to slow down. The red light became weaker and weaker. Finally, it stopped and gradually disappeared. The giant spider queen and the two giant spider guards lay quietly in the magic array that had already disappeared. There wasn't the slightest injury on their bodies. However, their originally pitch-black bodies were now deathly pale. There was no light in their eyes. The aura of death that had filled the giant spider queen's body had also disappeared without a trace. All signs of life had disappeared. I've finally succeeded. The treasure belongs to us now. Just like how the people who had died cheered for their victory against the stone spiders, the auction house and the other two minor powers also cheered after seeing the giant spider queen's death. They cheered with a clear conscience. Mikoto couldn't hold it in any longer. Looking at the cheering crowd, she couldn't help but feel infuriated, incomparably infuriated. Even in the past, she had never been as infuriated as she was today. Yen, can we go out now? Wu Yan looked at Mikoto and then looked at Chuju. He pondered for a moment and bitterly laughed. Well, I originally wanted to let them find the treasure and then go out and give them a good beating. But since you don't want to hide anymore, then I have no objections. Even though the giant spider queen had appeared and was killed, Wu Yan still couldn't be sure if there was only one boss in this place. After all, there's still no sign of the treasure. Who knows if it's already safe in front of them? It was a good choice to let those scumbags above lead the way and let them play a few more minor roles. They could also relieve some of their worries and solve some of their difficulties. But since Mikoto couldn't hold it in and Kaishu-sama even summoned White Cherry, Wu Yan was more or less pissed off at the people on the field. If that's the case, then let's go. At worst, if there's a situation later that they can't handle, they'll just use the item to retreat. Since they can't handle it anyway, Wu Yan doesn't believe that those guys on the field have the ability to handle it. Unless they run back and lure another group of people to their deaths and set up another magic formation. Making up his mind, Wu Yan said, Ikaros, I'll leave those 3 tier 8 to you. If you can't handle it, drink a resplendent breath, got it? Ikaros's eyes flashed with an undetectable light. Yes, master. Wu Yan nodded seriously at Ikaros before looking at Chuju and Mikoto. Chuju, Mikoto, I'll leave the little girl to you guys. As for the helpers, leave them to me. Why? I want to help too. Hinajiku quietly picked up Lirin. She said she would take care of her. Mikoto, on the other hand, isn't happy about this. She was just getting ready to go all out, but who knew Wu Yan would suddenly do something like this? Wu Yan retorted at Mikoto's words. Can you do it? Mikoto choked. She looked at the crowd on the field and weakly said, At least let me help out, I'll just injure them. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry looking at her. Injuring but not killing, that'll take a lot of effort. There's no lack of cockroaches in this world. Even if you knock them down, they'll get back up again. Understanding Wu Yan's meaning, Mikoto paused and mustered up her courage to look into Wu Yan's eyes. Her brown eyes were filled with determination, but there was also a trace of pleading hidden deep within. Let me help out a bit, there are a few tier 7 fighters among them and quite a few tier 6 pinnacle. You're only tier 6, it's too far-fetched for you to fight alone. Let me help, I don't want to watch my companions fight while I watch from the sidelines. Lowering his head, Wu Yan went silent. Mikoto was still looking at Wu Yan with hope and expectation. Chuja nodded silently and went silent as well. Her mission is to take care of little Liren. There's still a long way to go in the future, she'll have to wait until she gets stronger before she can share his burden. She still has some ideas. After a while, Wu Yan smiled bitterly. Fine, I'm afraid. Colossus walked in front of the Spider Queen and kicked it, scolding, damn it, for a monster like you, I've put in a lot of effort. Now that you're finally dead, it's really satisfying. Momiri coldly swept a glance at the Spider Queen and retracted his gaze. Looking at the stone path ahead, he impatiently said to Colossus and Jared, now, can we go get the treasure? Hearing the word treasure, Colossus and Jared instantly became spirited. After spending so much effort, the treasure is now right in front of their eyes. A treasure guarded by a rank 9 Spider Queen, even if one were to think with their knees, they would know that it's definitely not simple. The three of them also became a little impatient at this moment. Just as they were about to lift their feet, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Without a sound, Colossus, Momiri, and Jared were all stunned. Their eyes widened, and when they saw clearly that it was indeed a person in front of them, the three of them couldn't help but take a step back with cold sweat dripping down their backs. Someone appeared in front of them and they didn't even notice. Just now, if it was a sneak attack. Thinking up to here, plus the fact that there's something on the figure that shouldn't appear on a human, the three of them took a few steps back and became alert out of reflex. Of course, it's not that their alertness isn't high. It's just that they didn't expect there to be a survivor here. If it was a sneak attack just now, it would have alerted them. That's why they chose a direct confrontation. Who are you? Colossus coldly shouted. Momiri and Jared beside him also had the same expression, staring at the figure in front of them with shock in their hearts. Because the figure in front of them is not only unbelievably beautiful, but there's also a halo on top of her head and a pair of wings of light growing out of her back. Staring at the opponent in front of her with her crimson eyes, Ikaros lifted her head. Her face was as calm as an ancient well and her aura was raised to its peak. Ikaros. Attack. Chapter 99. An angel. That's the first impression Ikaros gave everyone. Beautiful beyond compare, tall and voluptuous figure, a pair of blue wings of light fluttering behind her back, and a pure white halo covering her pink hair, giving Ikaros a sense of divinity and majesty. But if they knew that this form of Ikaros is unique to combat mode, what would they think? Of course, they won't know because at this moment, if they're not shocked by Ikaros' appearance, then they're mesmerized by her celestial beauty. Ikaros didn't care about how much shock her appearance brought to everyone. Right now, in her mind, there's only the mission Wu Yan gave her. In her eyes, there's only the 3 tier 8 combatants closest to her. After confirming her target, Ikaros' lips slowly moved under everyone's watchful eyes. Her cold voice traveled into everyone's ears. However, the content once again caused everyone to be unable to help but be stunned. Ikaros. Attack. As the voice fell, the space around the angel began to tremble. Unknown metallic objects appeared out of thin air around the angel. Looking at the large amount of unknown metallic objects, everyone was puzzled. Colossus and the other two, however, had a drastic change in expression. At the same time when the unknown metallic object appeared, Colossus and the other two felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. It was this sense of crisis that caused their expressions to change. With a shift of their bodies, they quickly fled from their original location. Artemis, permanent rear-end missile. This permanent rear-end missile has long been Ikaros' signature move. Maybe even Ikaros didn't know that most of her battles are started with permanent rear-end missile. Today is the same. Permanent rear-end missile signifies the start of the battle, As for Kolos and the other two who reflexively dodged, they naturally didn't know that the unknown metallic object known as the permanent homing missile was unavoidable. The missile moved in an indescribable trajectory in the air, causing Kolos and the other two's faces to change again and again. The three quickly split up and ran in different directions to avoid the attack of the unknown metallic object. Permanent rear-end missile speed is definitely not for show. Compared to a real missile, it's even faster. If it wasn't for the fact that Kolos and the other two aren't normal characters, they would have been hit long ago. When the rear-ending missiles split into several directions and attacked them again, their expressions finally changed from a slight change to one of shock. From the speed of these unknown metal objects, they could tell that if they were hit, it would definitely not be over with just a little injury. Caught off guard by Ikaros, Kolos and the other two were furious after the initial shock. Not long ago, they were the ones who had to watch others dodge their attacks. Now, they're being toyed with by a girl who popped out of nowhere. How can they not be furious? Damn! Don't look down on me! Kolos roared. A huge knight's sword appeared in his hand. This sword doesn't look any different from a normal knight's sword. However, if you treat it as a normal knight's sword, you'll definitely die a horrible death. The moment Kolos drew his sword, the homing missile immediately caught up to him. Kolos roared, the veins on his sword-wielding hand bulged out. Kolos fiercely swung his sword, a sword formed from Do-Chi flew out from his sword to meet the homing missile. Momiri and Jared also took out their weapons at the same time. Momiri's is a black spear while Jared's is a double-sided axe that's as long as a spear. Rare armament. With just a glance, Wu Yan saw through the level of Kolos and the other two's armaments. With the system's perceptive sensing and the same rare armament, Wu Yan's eyes are much easier to distinguish compared to those so-called discerning people. However, this also allowed Wu Yan to breathe a sigh of relief. At least, he hasn't seen a gold armament yet. But why is it a sigh of relief? Wu Yan's only fear is that Kolos and the other two might have some trump cards up their sleeves, but, after a quick glance, Wu Yan didn't have the time to observe any further. Those angry-looking warriors who are pouncing at him like wolves and tigers didn't intend to let him enjoy the show any longer. How can he not be angry? Ever since that beautiful angel appeared, this black-haired, black-eyed man and the short brown-haired girl standing beside him have been staring at the battle between the angel and the three lords. God knows how many times he and the others have asked, "Who are you guys?" But they were all ignored by them. Who can hold back their anger? Please remember to message me. Following the charge of these warriors, the magicians at the back also started chanting their spells, preparing to release their magic. Seeing this, Wu Yan's head started to hurt. What he's most afraid of are these sneak attacks. If he were to get hit by a cannon during the battle, he's afraid he'll be chopped up by a flurry of blades. Even though he has the spiritual dragon armor and can completely ignore attacks below rank 6, but there are still quite a number of rank 6 here. At that moment, Wu Yan could only sigh and say to Mikoto, "Mikoto, a group battle is disadvantageous for us, let's go." Hearing this, Mikoto unhappily glanced at the attacking magicians at the back. She took out a bottle of potion and in a few gulps, gulped it down. With the same action, Wu Yan gulped down the potion wolf in an even swifter manner than Mikoto. Then, he chuckled and tossed away the empty potion bottle in his hand. Exchanging glances with Mikoto, he charged into the crowd. Facing Ikaros who can fly, Kolos and the other two are undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Even though they can also use Do-Chi to fly for a short period of time, but obviously they can't fly as nimbly as Ikaros who has wings. Ikaros's instantaneous change in flying technique gave them a headache. Apart from a 7th-step magician who can use flying magic, who else can fly as freely as Ikaros without the use of other tools? Unless it's those demigods who can fly as if they're walking, even a rank 9 powerhouse can't fly as freely as she does. This is something that Wu Yan didn't expect. Being able to fly as freely as she wants gave Ikaros an obvious advantage in this battle. Add to that her extraordinary performance in the group battle and her series of armaments, maybe Ikaros really doesn't need to drink the resplendent breath like Wu Yen and Mikoto. Another homing missile was destroyed by the armaments in Culus and the other two's hands. Culus and the other two's faces were as gloomy as water, angry and helpless. That flying ability is really too hard to deal with, and these flying metal lumps, damn it, who the hell is that woman? And wings, is she a demonic beast? Impossible, I've never heard of a demonic beast in human form. Could she be a demigod demonic beast in human form? That's even more impossible. If she's a demigod, why go through the trouble of using so many metal lumps? She could just slap them with her palm. Culus is getting spun around by the homing missiles until he's dizzy. He couldn't help but curse out loud as he swung the armament in his hand and shot down countless missiles. But very quickly, new missiles came in to replace them and continued their relentless assault. Jared leaped to Culus's side and Momiri did the same. The three of them gathered together and Jared immediately said, "We can't go on like this. We'll have one person block the flying metal, one person open up a path and the other one attack." Culus and Momiri thought for a bit and nodded in agreement. There's no choice, if they don't do this, they'll run out of Do-Chi sooner or later and be ground to death by that angel. Jared raised his double-sided axe and with a swing of his axe, all the missiles around him were smashed to pieces. Culus and Momiri leaped up and attacked Ikaros. Ikaros's eyes widened and another homing missile was fired. Because the distance between them was shortened, it reached the two in an instant. Explosive wind flash, Momiri raised his spear and condensed a large amount of Do-Chi at the tip of his spear. Momiri urged his Do-Chi and a burst of light exploded from the tip of his spear and destroyed the missile. Culus smiled sinisterly and came above Ikaros and viciously slashed down with his great sword. Chapter 100. The greatsword mercilessly slashed towards her own face. The pressure from the greatsword caused her hair to swell even more after entering Sky Queen mode. One can see just how strong this blow is. Facing such a powerful attack, Ikaros ignored it like it was nothing. She didn't even bother to lift her head. Her lips parted and she chanted a few more words. Aegis, absolute defense circle, Culus' greatsword that could split Mount Wa shuddered and stopped right above Ikaros. Culus was stunned. Even though he pushed his Do-Chi a bit faster, it still didn't budge an inch. Culus looked down in surprise, only to see a layer of blue translucent shield in front of Ikaros, blocking his armament. Culus's face changed, he hardened his resolve and raised his greatsword again, slashing down on the absolute defense circle. A crisp sound rang out but it still didn't move an inch. Without waiting for Culus to attack again, Ikaros dispelled the absolute defense circle and turned around. The wings on her back unfurled and like a giant palm, she sent Culus flying. Momiri suddenly appeared in front of Ikaros again, thrusting his spear towards her chest while Jared appeared behind her, swinging his great axe towards her back. Ikaros's crimson pupils shrunk and with a flap of her wings, she flew towards the sky, dodging both Momiri and Jared's attacks. Too bad, above her, Culus was already waiting for her, crazily condensing the Do-Chi in his body and channeling it into the greatsword in his hand like it doesn't cost him anything. The greatsword flashed a glaring red light. Looking at Ikaros who delivered herself to his doorstep, Culus grinned sinisterly. "I'd like to see if that shitty shield of yours can stop my strongest battle skill." Blood soul slash, her already crimson pupils were illuminated even brighter by the red light from the greatsword. Left with no choice, Ikaros once again activated her absolute defense circle. Culus's vicious slash landed on the blue barrier. Against the strongest battle skill of an opponent of the same rank, the absolute defense circle could only hold on for a moment before being chopped into pieces. Culus's battle skill, however, continued to slash towards Ikaros. However, even though the absolute defense circle didn't block the opponent's strongest battle skill, it did weaken the power of the greatsword by quite a bit. Ikaros raised her hand, condensing a small absolute defense circle in her palm like a shield, blocking Colossus' great sword. What? He didn't even have the time to celebrate destroying the turtle shell when his attack was blocked by another small turtle shell. Colossus couldn't believe that his strongest attack was blocked just like that. Ikaros' fist landed heavily on Colossus' astonished face. Poor Colossus was sent flying twice by Ikaros. One was a slap, the other was a slap to his face. Jared and Mamira's face darkened at the sight. Among them, Colossus is the strongest and Colossus' blood soul slash is also the strongest battle skill among the three of them. Even that couldn't do any damage to her. Is she really a monster? Artemis, the missile fired again. Seeing this flying metal that's as sticky as a mosquito, the three of them felt their scalp tingle. It's as sticky as a mosquito, but if you get hit, it won't just be a mosquito bite. They hurriedly evaded the homing missile, and as expected, the homing missile chased after them again. Colossus and the other two quickly used their battle techniques to block the homing missile, and for a moment, they were in a difficult situation. On the ground, Wu Yan, who was in the middle of his killing spree, saw this and was pleasantly surprised. To be honest, Wu Yan really didn't have the confidence to let Ikaros face three of the same rank alone. If it wasn't for the existence of resplendent breath and that crystal scroll, Wu Yan really didn't want to let Ikaros take the risk. Who would have thought that Ikaros, who had the advantage in the air, could actually fight 3 tier 8 and even find a chance to counterattack? She really is the queen of the sky. When we get back, I'll have to reward Ikaros well. Let's do that. Not sure what kind of reward he thought of. Wu Yan grinned. That creepy laughter made one of the warriors who wanted to ambush him shiver and have the urge to run. No choice, fighting her in the air is too disadvantageous for us. Her defense is so strong, let's all attack together. Shouting so loudly, aren't you afraid Ikaros will hear you? Barely able to fly using Do-Chi, Colossus, Jared, and Momiri surrounded Ikaros from 3 different directions and flew towards her. The armaments in their hands buzzed, shattering the missiles and destroying them. When they arrived in front of Ikaros, they immediately used their battle skills. Explosive Gale Flash, Mad Strike, Blood Soul Slash, 3 people, 3 battle skills, 3 different directions, all of them attacked Ikaros. If she gets hit, needless to say, even Ikaros would be heavily injured. With a few flashes of light in her eyes, Ikaros calculated how strong these 3 battle skills are. She instantly activated her absolute defense circle and wrapped herself in it, forming a circle. Bang! Colossus and the other two's battle skills also arrived in a blink of an eye. The 3 battle skills hit the absolute defense circle with a loud bang. In an instant, the blue light of the absolute defense circle, the white light of explosive Gale Flash, the black light of Mad Strike, and the blood light of Blood Soul Slash, all of them came to a standstill in the air with a loud bang. Wu Yan and Mikoto's hearts skipped a beat. Their hands moved faster in an attempt to end the battle quickly and help Ikaros. Bang! Another loud explosion rang out. This time, it was Ikaros' absolute defense that was broken. Seeing this, Colossus and the other two were overjoyed. They increased the strength in their hands and attacked Ikaros ferociously. Ikaros! Chuju, who was hiding in the cloak and hugging little Liren, watched this scene with worry in her heart. With 3 battle skills on her, Ikaros won't be able to dodge in time. Ikaros' crimson eyes flashed again and the wings behind her flapped. It's no use. Thinking that Ikaros wants to rely on her wings to fly away again, Colossus, Momiri, and Jared laughed without a care in the world. Right now, Ikaros is already surrounded by their attacks, where else can she fly to? With that thought in mind, the 3 of them immediately used their armaments to send their battle skills towards Ikaros' hot body. Bang! Hearing this sound, Wu Yan's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. Gritting his teeth, Wu Yan immediately used Chaotic Return to Horizon Waltz to blast the 3 warriors into pieces before looking up at the sky. The scene that entered his eyes stunned him for a moment before he calmed down. Ikaros used her wings to cover her body and used her wings to block the 3 battle skills. This is impossible. Kolos was in a state of madness. His strongest attacks were blocked one after another. How could the prideful Kolos accept this? Momiri and Jared exerted all their strength to circulate their fighting energy, but the light wings in front of them were like an iron wall. Even when they used all their strength, they still couldn't move them. If this was the moment they used their battle skills, Ikaros's wings of course wouldn't be able to block their attacks. Too bad, Kolos and the other 2 already used up a lot of energy when they were facing off against Ikaros's absolute defense circle. What's left is obviously not enough to break through Ikaros's wings. Kolos and the other 2 thought for a moment and understood what's going on. Withdrawing their armaments, they planned to use their battle skills again to take down Ikaros in one fell swoop. Ikaros lifted her head and her wings grew several times bigger. With just a push, Kolos and the other 2 who were just inches away from her were pushed back by her wings, causing them to fall back. Chapter 101. Artemis. Without waiting for Kolos and the other 2 to stabilize their bodies, the homing missiles were launched. Before they could react, the homing missiles had already arrived in front of them. Their faces changed, they had no choice but to use their armaments to block in front of them. When the missiles hit their armaments, even though it didn't cause them any damage, it still forced them to back off. Pulling away from Ikaros is definitely not something to be happy about. One must know, Ikaros's long-range attacks far exceed her close-range attacks, thus, the crowd saw countless homing missiles flying towards Kolos and the other 2. Dochi flashed continuously in the air as the missiles danced in the air. From time to time, the armaments from both sides would pierce through the air and hit the surrounding stone walls. Seeing this, Wu Yen and company who were still fighting on the ground felt their hearts tremble. Bam 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 bam. The battle between Ikaros, Kolos, Momiri, and Jared was still constantly switching sides. The sounds of battle in the air never stopped. Either Ikaros's homing missiles were blocked or destroyed, or Kolos and the other 2's skills were mostly blocked by the absolute defense circle. For a moment, no one could do anything to the other. Damn it, even though Ikaros has the advantage of flying and group combat, Kolos and the other 2 also have the advantage of numbers. After fighting for so long, the 3 of them could see that Ikaros is only of the same rank as them. Fighting against someone of the same rank, they have 3 people on their side and yet they can't take her down. Not only that, she would seize the opportunity to attack them from time to time. This made the 3 of them so angry that they're about to explode. She's obviously someone of the same rank, other than flying, she has one more armament than them and no other advantages. But even so, she can't possibly go up against 3 of them of the same rank and not be at a disadvantage, right? However, this angelic girl in front of him had forcefully turned the impossible into a possibility. Kolos, Momiri, and Jared didn't know why, but they could clearly see that this angelic girl's strength was only a bit stronger than the strongest among them, Kolos. What was it that allowed her to not lose against the 3 of them? After the confusion, what replaced it is a thick sense of jealousy. Why? Why can she go up against 3 of them even though she's of the same rank as us? We're all of the same rank, why can she do it? Could it be that being able to fly can really increase one's strength by so much? They'll never be able to figure it out in their lifetime. Under the support of anger and jealousy, Kolos and the other 2's attacks became even more ferocious. Instantly, Ikaros felt the pressure getting heavier and heavier. She's flustered and in a sorry state. Kolos and the other 2 thought Ikaros was hard to deal with, but wasn't Ikaros the same? Relying on her superior ability in group battles and the aid of her wings, she's able to hold her own against the 3 of them. But as time goes by, Ikaros is getting weaker and weaker. No matter what, the opponent has the advantage in numbers. There are 3 of them of the same rank and on the surface, it looks like she's on par with them. But Ikaros can't say anything about it. Absolute defense circle shatters the moment it gets hit, and she still has to use her wings to block the attacks. Even though she's doing a good job of blocking them, some of the force from Colossus and the other two's attacks are still transmitted to her body. So even though it doesn't look like much on the surface, it's unavoidable that Ikaros is already injured. As Colossus and the other two continue to attack, Ikaros' internal injuries will sooner or later turn from light to heavy. Only Ikaros knows that battle techniques aren't without effect. Actually, this is also within Wu Yan's expectations. Even though he's confident in Ikaros, the opponents are still 3 of the same rank as her. Even if Ikaros has the advantage in group battles and flying, at most it'll be a stalemate. It's not going to be easy for Ikaros to defeat them. Originally, Wu Yan planned to let Ikaros use these advantages to deal with Colossus and the other two. After they're done with the small ones, they'll deal with the big ones together. Even though Wu Yan and Mikoto can't compare to the Tier 8 Colossus and the other two, but with the miraculous effect of resplendent breath, it's not like they can't put up a fight against them. But Ikaros didn't think that way. These 3 are Master's enemies, they're a threat to Master, she must eliminate them. That's what Ikaros is thinking. This is something Wu Yan didn't expect. But even if he did, Wu Yan wouldn't care. After all, Ikaros has resplendent breath as well. As long as she consumes it, she'll win no matter what. Besides, Ikaros hasn't used her full strength yet. Relying on her flying and group battle advantage, she can only fight Colossus and the other two to a stalemate. That's true, but doesn't Ikaros have any other advantages? Wrong. Wu Yan and the rest know that Ikaros still has a huge advantage. Once again, Ikaros didn't panic in the face of the trio's attacks. Again, she used her absolute defense to block the majority of their power and her wings of light to block the rest of their power. Once again, she sent them flying. Only this time, Ikaros didn't fire any missiles but instead stretched out her left hand and made a grabbing motion. A strangely shaped black bow covered in barbs appeared in her hand. Everyone be careful. That woman took out another armament. Jared's face changed when he saw the armament in Ikaros' hand and yelled at Colossus and Momiri. The 3 of them looked at Ikaros with vigilance, gritting their teeth. Even if it's them, each of them only has 1 rare armament. But this winged woman already has an invisible armament that can shoot flying iron and a defensive armament. Now, she even has another armament. Even Momiri, who runs an auction house, doesn't have this kind of treatment. Ikaros doesn't care what they're thinking. Her left hand is holding the bow while her right hand is slowly pulling the string. Purple light slowly condensed on the bow and an arrow appeared in her hand. She knocked the arrow. Purple light flowed on the surface of the bow and black light condensed on the arrowhead. A destructive force filled the arrowhead and pointed at Colossus and the other two. With just this one action, Colossus, Momiri, and Jared shuddered. Their eyes widened and the hairs on their bodies stood up in an instant. The light in Ikaros' eyes condensed and loosened her grip. The arrow turned into a black light and flew towards the 3. Apollon, Apollo, danger, 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 danger. Their minds were filled with these 2 words. Colossus, Momiri, and Jared were horrified when they saw the black light flying towards them. A chill ran down their spines. Dodge! Colossus screamed hysterically, and with the fastest speed he's ever had, he dodged to the side. Jared and Momiri were alerted by Colossus' roar. Their complexion changed greatly. At this moment, their dochi was raised as if they didn't care about their lives. Breaking through their previous limits, they dodged to the side. None of them had the intention to catch it because their instincts told them that even if they used their strongest combat skill with their armament, they would still die. Have to say, this instinct almost saved their lives. The black arrow brushed past the 3 of them and landed on the ground at an unimaginable speed. Boom! The terrifying power instantly exploded, destroying everything in the surroundings. Nothing was left. The wind was raging, and the ground was destroyed in an instant. Chapter 102. This is really. Wu Yan and Mikoto looked at the scene in front of them. Both of them had the same expression in their eyes. That's luck. Both of them patted their chests with lingering fear. Kolos, Momiri, and Jared also looked at the scene on the ground, their eyes wide open, their eyeballs almost popping out. What kind of scene is that? What they saw was the ground that was only slightly cracked after a few battles, but now the area that was hit by Ikaros Apollo has completely disappeared. Not just the ground, even the people who were fighting Wu Yan and Mikoto were all smashed into pieces. There's not a single trace of them left in this world. The only thing left is a huge crater with a diameter of 100 meters. Gulp. Gulp sounds kept ringing in this silent space. Those were the lucky ones who weren't caught in the shockwave. Of course, that includes Kolos and the other two. Ikaros' move killed at least 70% of the people fighting Wu Yan and Mikoto on the ground. As for the others, they were either injured by the shockwave or blown away by the wind. Even those who were knocked down by Mikoto and lost their ability to fight but were still alive were unlucky enough to die under Apollo's attack. If Wu Yan and Mikoto didn't drink resplendent breath, they would have either died or been injured. Of course, if they didn't drink resplendent breath, Ikaros wouldn't have chosen to use Apollo at that angle. Just thinking about how he was happily hacking away at people from that position, Wu Yan couldn't help but gulp. Ikaros isn't just a natural, there's a possibility that she's also a natural evil. Definitely not to be messed with, definitely. That monster. At this moment, Kolos, Momiri, and Jared no longer have any anger or jealousy in their hearts. Those emotions have been shattered by Ikaros' terrifying attack. Following that, Kolos and the other two's gazes towards Ikaros carried a little bit of fear. One has to know, this fear, in their entire life, they only felt it once when they faced the Spider Queen. Seeing that her attack didn't work, Ikaros once again placed her jade hand on the bow. Stop her. Don't let her use that armament again. Kolos and the other two were scared out of their wits, they almost threw their weapons away. That kind of destructive power, that bow is definitely a top-tier rare armament. Just now, in order to avoid that arrow, they had used up 50% of their do-chi. Using do-chi beyond their limits, their bodies were still in pain. They almost couldn't dodge that arrow. If there was another one. Kolos and the other two don't dare to imagine anymore. Ignoring the screams coming from their bodies, the three madly pushed their do-chi and rushed towards Ikaros with their lives on the line. Drawing a bow and knocking an arrow also needs time, not to mention Apollo still needs to gather his energy. Even though this period of time isn't that long, it's still enough. If it was Kolos and the other two before, they wouldn't be able to stop this. But now, under the threat of death, the three of them completely exploded. They didn't care about overloading their do-chi and rushed towards Ikaros like madmen. So, before Ikaros knocked an arrow, they raised their armament and attacked her. Ikaros could only raise the bow in her hand. Clang. After blocking their attack, Ikaros was pushed back by the huge force. When she looked up, she saw Kolos and the other two once again appear in front of her with bloodshot eyes and continue to attack her. The absolute defense circle instantly expanded, blocking the attacks of Kolos and the other two. The absolute defense circle that required them to use their strongest combat skills to break was obviously not something that could be broken with just a normal attack of theirs. But at this moment, Kolos and the other two couldn't care less. As long as they stop, that terrifying arrow will be shot again and they have no confidence in dodging it. Thus, with twisted faces, Kolos, Momiri, and Jared crazily swung their armaments and attacked the absolute defense circle. Even with the absolute defense circle, Ikaros can't use Apollo, she can't even use her permanent homing missile. She can only use the absolute defense circle to back away and look for a chance to draw her bow again. But Kolos and the other two won't let Ikaros have the chance to use Apollo again. When Ikaros retreated, they pressed forward and continued to attack the absolute defense circle. It's not that they don't want to use their combat skills, but if they do, Ikaros will use Apollo, and at that time, they'll be the ones to die. So, even if the situation isn't looking good, they can only hold on, while Ikaros and Culus and the other two are stuck in a stalemate. Wu Yan and Mikoto already finished off the rest of the people. Looking at the sky, they didn't know what to do at the moment. After all, they don't know how to fly. Even if Wu Yan could exchange for something that allows them to fly temporarily, there's nothing he can do about it in this situation. So, all he can do is stand there and stare. Ikaros also noticed that Wu Yan's group has finished off their opponents. Looking at Culus and the other two who are still attacking the absolute defense circle, she seemed to have made some kind of decision and put away the bow in her hand. Culus and the other two are stunned, the armaments in their hands also paused, they didn't react. Why did she put away such a terrifying armament? What they don't know is, the real terror is yet to come. Ikaros suddenly spread out the light wings behind her back, and with a flash, they turned into 12 light ribbons. Seeing this, Culus and the other two are even more confused, but this is an opportunity. So, they stopped what they are doing and gathered their do-chi, preparing to use their combat skills to break through the absolute defense circle in one fell swoop. But Wu Yan's eyes lit up. Because, on the screen, he's seen this scene countless times. He knows, the next Ikaros is the strongest Ikaros in the truest sense. Connect. The light ribbons behind Ikaros spread out and extended backwards. Suddenly, the front end of the light ribbons caused a ripple in space. The light ribbons extended inwards and unbelievably pierced into the void. At the same time, a flash of light came from the void where the light ribbons pierced into. Like electric wires, a shadow extended out from Ikaros' back, and after that, a fighter jet-shaped shadow appeared behind her back. What is she trying to do now? Such a strange scene naturally wouldn't go unnoticed. Having experienced it once before, Culus and the other two's hearts skipped a beat. A bad premonition rose from the bottom of their hearts. Looking at the stunned Culus trio, Ikaros' expressionless face unnoticeably turned cold. With a wave of her hand, several cannons emerged from the void. Uranus system, what the hell is that? The sudden appearance of the cannons gave Culus and the other two a fright. They felt like the number of times they've been scared in their entire life wasn't as many as today. Looking at the cannons behind Ikaros, the three couldn't help but take a step back. That's a fighter jet. Mikoto and Chuju, who's hiding on the side, both of them were dumbstruck looking at the Uranus system behind Ikaros. Their jaws dropped, and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Compared to a fighter jet, Ikaros' Uranus system looks more like a battle fortress. Wu Yan looked at the Uranus system with great interest, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He's been wanting to see it in real life for a long time now. Mikoto turned around and looked at Wu Yan. Uranus system. That's Ikaros' gold armament, right? After Wu Yan nodded, Mikoto once again looked at the Uranus system, her mouth twitched. Who would have thought? Chapter 103. Series, Tail-Chasing Missiles. Tiny missiles formed from the huge muzzle and circled around Ikaros for a while before shooting towards Culus and the other two. Culus and the other two immediately flew backwards. Could it be that this is the armament that fired these flying iron? Seeing the missiles forming from the huge muzzle, the three of them thought it was the armament that fired the flying iron. Instead, they let out a sigh of relief. They're not afraid of these flying iron. What they're afraid of is the enemy taking out something as scary as the bow armament from before. Too bad, what they don't know is that Ikaros' Uranus system is much scarier than Apollo. Perhaps she sensed Culus, Momiri, and Jared's lack of concern towards the homing missiles. Ikaros waved her hand and countless homing missiles formed on the Uranus cannons behind her and shot towards Culus and the other two. Seeing such a terrifying amount of missiles, Culus and the other two couldn't help but panic. They retreated while destroying the incoming missiles, but very quickly, new ones came in to replace them. The three of them only wanted to curse out loud. The flying iron from before was already annoying enough, but it's only at the level of annoyance. It couldn't do any damage to them who also have rare armament. But, a quantitative change leads to a qualitative change. The number of missiles increased to such a terrifying level. If they still think this won't cause them any trouble, then they can go have a chat with the Spider Queen. Gritting their teeth looking at Ikaros from afar, Colus and the other two could only keep retreating and once again mustering their Do-Chi and channeling it into their armament. It wasn't until they've retreated a distance that the Do-Chi in their hands was fully condensed and they unleashed their battle techniques at the same time, destroying all the missiles in front of them. At this point, they're already panting. Feeling that the Do-Chi in their body has been depleted by quite a bit, the sudden surge of Do-Chi also caused quite a bit of damage to their body. The three of them had a dark face and their gaze towards Ikaros was filled with deep hatred. There's no way they wouldn't hate her. They were so close to getting the treasure, but they didn't expect such a monster to appear and rely on that unknown armament and that pair of wings to take them down. How can they let this go? At first, they suspected that the other party might be the other guardian of this place, but when they saw Wu Yan and Mikoto, as well as the dead bodies on the ground and the subordinates they brought with them, they understood everything. What guardian? She's just another group here to steal the treasure. Under the support of their hatred, the three of them roared and charged towards Ikaros. At this moment, Apollo's existence has already been forgotten by the three of them. Watching the three of them coming at her, Ikaros pointed her finger and the cannons on Uranus' system started glowing. And with a wave of her hand, a few beams shot out. Before the three of them could even get close, the beams exploded on them in a blink of an eye. Being hit by the beams, Colus, Momiri, and Jared all spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood splattered on the ground, calming down their slightly feverish heads. Of course, the price was still a little high. Facing the three figures flying backwards, Ikaros didn't have the slightest intention of going easy on them. As a strategic angel and the Sky Queen who fought her way through the war, the number of lives lost by her hands is at least tens of millions if not hundreds of millions. That's why even though Ikaros is pure and kind, she's definitely not merciful. With another wave of her hand, the homing missiles formed again and shot towards the three figures flying backwards. Before they could land on the ground, the missiles hit their bodies. Boom! 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 A series of continuous explosions sounded from where the three of them were standing. The homing missiles that didn't hit their targets didn't slow down in the slightest as they landed on the ground, adding a few more scars to the already pockmarked ground. Success! Mikoto's face lit up with joy. She couldn't help but shout in excitement. Even her forehead was flashing with electricity, making Wu Yan wonder if she's happy or just itching for a fight. However, Wu Yan isn't as optimistic as Mikoto. Ikaros' homing missiles may have a lot of destructive power, but to say Colus and the other two died just like that, Wu Yan wouldn't believe it. No matter what, they're still tier 8, how could they die so easily? Have to say, Wu Yan's thinking is correct. The homing missiles hit the ground, creating a thick black smoke. Too bad the smoke didn't last long before it was blown away by a sudden gust of wind. Colus and the other two are holding rare armaments with dense Do-Chi, pointing them at Ikaros. Don't think we have to get close to attack you. Their clothes are already in tatters, traces of blood are flowing out from under their skin. Under the homing missiles' attack, the three of them suffered quite a bit of damage. Colus laughed maniacally, the three of them shouted at the same time and stacked their armaments together. Suddenly, the three people's Do-Chi began to fuse. Their Do-Chi, which was originally not very strong, was forcefully raised to a new level. A vast aura surged out from the three people's armaments. Originally, as a warrior, they don't have many long-range combat skills, but as a tier 8 combatant, of course they do have some. It's just that this long-range combat skill is a level lower than their strongest combat skill. Against Ikaros' absolute defense that requires them to use their strongest combat skill to break through, what's the use of such a weak long-range combat skill? Now, under the enemy's strange attacks, it's not going to be easy to get close to her. That's why the three of them came up with this idea, to fuse their combat skills together. Of course, not just any combat skill can be fused together. The price is that their already injured bodies will get hurt again. But if they don't do this, they'll die sooner or later. Rather than that, they might as well take a gamble. A huge amount of Do-Chi condensed on the three's armaments. An aura leaked out from the armaments, creating a small gust of wind on the ground, blowing away all the pebbles on the ground. Wu Yan and Mikoto retreated to a safe distance. Even though they drank resplendent breath, they still instinctively left the danger zone and looked at the battlefield. Wu Yan and Mikoto's actions, at this moment it's like a gunshot at the start of a long run. As the two retreated, Colossus and the other two's aura and Do-Chi were raised to the max. Glancing at each other in tacit understanding, the three of them raised their arms, raised their armaments and slashed towards Ikaros' direction. A powerful Do-Chi wave shot out from the three's armaments towards Ikaros. Looking at the trajectory of the Do-Chi wave and the suppressive sound of the wind, this attack is definitely stronger than their strongest combat skills from before. Too bad, Ikaros didn't care about it at all. The Do-Chi wave coming towards her was a very dangerous moment for anyone, but Ikaros just stood there quietly. Her expression didn't change at all, and she didn't express anything either. Seeing this, Colossus and the other two's faces lit up. They're even more confident in the damage this attack can cause. When the Do-Chi wave was right in front of her, Ikaros finally made a move. She slightly lifted her head and a few small machines flew out from the Uranus system and stopped in front of her. They lightly moved in front of Ikaros and a light screen formed in front of her, intercepting the Do-Chi wave. There was almost no time for the light screen to shake and the Do-Chi wave was reflected back. Impossible! Just as he shouted, Colossus and the other two were hit by the Do-Chi wave. With a boom sound, the three of them fell to the ground, puking out blood. Ikaros extended her arms and swung them downwards. The light screen trembled once more and aimed at the direction where Colossus and the other two fell. A gigantic beam of light shot out from within. Colossus, Momiri, and Jared had just started to feel the pain on their bodies when they were shot by the laser beams and turned into ashes. Chapter 104. Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto, all three of them fell into a state of stupor. Even Wu Yan, who had full confidence in Ikaros, was the same. How could what he saw with his own eyes be compared to what he saw on the screen? That terrifying beam that came down from the sky, not only did it turn Colossus, Momiri, and Jared into dust, it also penetrated deep into the hearts of Wu Yan's trio. Recalling that powerful beam in a daze, Mikoto suddenly felt that the railgun she was so proud of might not be that great after all, but the moment this thought arose, Mikoto instantly cut it off. She still has to save her sisters, how can she admit defeat here? Disheartened thoughts were tossed aside, replaced by a burning flame in Mikoto's heart. One day, Misaka Mikoto's railgun will be as powerful as that beam of light. No, it will surpass that beam of light. Suddenly, bluish-white electric current flashed wildly on Mikoto's body. The electric current flowed through Mikoto's body, faster and faster, faster and faster, and finally, it shined brightly. The sudden change on Mikoto's body gave Wu Yan and Chuju, who came to their side, a big fright. The strong light suddenly increased, the electric current raged wildly and even flowed into the ground, aimlessly attacking Wu Yan and Chuju. Wu Yan's face changed, he quickly raised his hand and blocked the electric current. Originally, Wu Yan, who has the same ability as Mikoto, should have no problem blocking the electric current. But what surprised Wu Yan was that the electric current became so strong that he couldn't even control it. The electric current flowed through his body. Even though Wu Yan didn't get hurt because of the same ability as Mikoto, his body was numb from the electric current and he couldn't move. This time, Wu Yan was really shocked. This is something that has never happened before. this electric current is clearly several times stronger than Mikoto's strongest electric current. Moreover, looking at Mikoto's bewildered expression, it's likely that all of this wasn't her doing. What's going on? Hiding behind Wu Yan, Chuju still couldn't react. Why did Mikoto suddenly go crazy? Wu Yan furrowed his brows as he looked at the increasingly powerful aura emanating from Mikoto's body. His eyebrows suddenly twitched as he came to a realization. Oh. I think Mikoto has leveled up. Promotion. Chuju and Mikoto were stunned for a moment before they were overjoyed. Trying her best to control the electric current in her body, Mikoto's computing power was fully activated. She slowly controlled the electric current in her body and tried to absorb it back into her body. And reality proved that Wu Yan's guess was correct. Soon, the electric current was under Mikoto's control. Little by little, it was absorbed into her body. Closing her eyes and feeling her body's condition, Mikoto happily opened her eyes and said happily, "It's true. I feel that even though my ability is still LV5, it's gotten a lot stronger. Looks like you've successfully leveled up to Tier 8. Looking at Mikoto's happy face, Wu Yan couldn't help but feel happy for her. Even though in his opinion, as long as there are monsters to fight, leveling up is only a matter of time. But Mikoto herself was very concerned because according to her calculations, Accelerator is already Tier 8. And leveling up to Tier 8 also means that Mikoto has the power to fight Accelerator. This made Mikoto, who thinks about saving her sisters every day, how can she not be happy? Not only Mikoto, Yen, you leveled up too, and so did I. Holding little Liren in her arms, Hinajiko activated her system perception and scanned everyone before focusing back on herself. She then smiled and said. Hearing this, Wu Yan quickly checked his own level. Indeed, he leveled up to Tier 7. Not only him, even Kaishu-sama leveled up to Tier 7. This is a huge harvest. 3 Tier 8. Close to 10 Tier 7, and a bunch of Tier 6 and below. Wu Yan leveled up to Tier 7 and Mikoto leveled up to Tier 8, this isn't anything strange. As for Chuju, her level wasn't that high to begin with, this bunch of big monsters was a great supplement for her. Leveling up to Tier 7 is nothing strange. Now, Wu Yan's group has 2 Tier 8, 2 Tier 7, and 1 lucky mascot. If they walk out, their jaws will drop to the ground in shock. Of course, that is if those people can sense Wu Yan's strength. Reality has proven that this treasure hunting trip, even if there's no treasure, was worth it. But what made Wu Yan a little sad was that Sis Cannon leveled up with the help of lightning and blue light. That was so amazing, it was as if she was afraid that no one would know about her leveling up. But he leveled up and didn't even let out a fart. People, Master, returning to her normal state, Ikaros flew towards Wu Yan's group and landed in front of them. Wu Yan patted her head and said gently, "Thank you for your hard work, Ikaros." Indeed, this time, if it wasn't for Ikaros, Wu Yan's group wouldn't have had such a smooth journey. It can be said that Ikaros's contribution is at least 80% to be able to reach this stage. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Ikaros lowered her head and felt the hand on her head giving her an unimaginable warmth. Even her heart warmed up. She couldn't help but close her eyes to enjoy this rare warmth. After that, Wu Yan's group cleaned up all the corpses on the scene and helped little Liren remove the handkerchief from her face. The usually cheerful and lively little Liren is finally back. After cleaning up the battlefield, Wu Yan's group also left behind all the useful items. Have to say, this is another surprise. Close to 30 common armaments and 3 rare armaments from Culus and the other 2 were all taken by Wu Yan. Other than that, there were also some miscellaneous items such as gold coins. Wu Yan of course took these and stuffed them all into his space ring. Close to 30 common armaments and 3 rare armaments were quickly exchanged for equipment points by Wu Yan, earning him 50,000 equipment points. Other than that, Wu Yan wanted to give it a try, so he handed over the Spider Queen and Spider Guards to the system and actually got 600,000 equipment points. This is also a surprise. One must know that the stone spiders from before cannot be exchanged for equipment points. Wu Yan thought that these three bosses would be the same. After checking all the loot, Wu Yan's mouth is about to become a hippopotamus. Not only did he level up, he also got so many resources. Have to say, in Wu Yan's heart, Culus and the other two have already become good people. Opening the system list to check the character's status. Character, Wu Yan ability, Sword Mastery, Cooking Mastery, Complete Memory, Chaotic Return to Horizon Dance, Electromancer, LV4, Equipment, Shana of the Holy Temple, C rank, Dragon Armor, C rank, Summons, Misaka Mikoto, Gue Chuju, Ikaros Equipment Points, 71,000 Item Points, 88,000,000 Ability Points, 101,000 Summoning Points, 12,000 Level, 65, Character, Misaka Mikoto Ability, Electromancer, LV5, Strength, B Endurance, B Agility, A Spirit, A. Equipment, None Level, 70, Character, Gue Chuju Ability, None Strength, B Endurance, B Agility, A Spirit, B Equipment, White Cherry Blossom, C Rank, Level, 60, Character, Ikaros Ability, Sky Queen Mode Strength, A Endurance, B Agility, A Spirit, A Equipment, Artemis Permanent Homing Missile, C Rank, Aegis Absolute Defense Circle, C Rank, Apollon Apollo, C Rank, Uranus System, B Rank, Level, 78. All in all, ignoring the series of B that made people ridicule endlessly, this trip could be considered to be a happy one. The only question was, how did the president's White Cherry Blossom level up? It was clearly only D rank before. After the system's explanation, everyone finally understood. Because Chuju did not have any ability and her strength was too low when she was first summoned, the system modified White Cherry Blossom into an equipment that can level up. This is another surprise. Chapter 105. After asking the system said that because Hinajiku's strength was too low, she didn't have the ability to protect herself, so the system modified her White Cherry into an upgraded version. However, Wu Yan's first reaction was not joy like Chuju and Mikoto, but caution. His countless experiences told him that the system was a scam. It would not be so kind. Thus, a conversation that appeared to be very retarded in the eyes of the bystanders began. System, are you sure it's because Hinajiku's strength is too low that you decided to modify her equipment? Yes. I don't need to pay anything. Like points or something. This is the system's own judgment and action. There is no need for the user to pay any points. What about the other costs? None. Are you sure? Yes. No conspiracy. Please do not slander the system or the system will sue you. F*CKU, a system will sue people for slander. I want to know who you are going to sue me to. Please do not slander the system or the system will ban your account. No one to sue and you want to ban my account. F*CKU, what account do I have for you to ban me from? Character, Wu Yan. No way. Ban myself. What will happen if you ban me? The user will not be able to use the summoning system again. About that, I was wrong. Of course, it was impossible for White Cherry to level up endlessly. After the system prompt, everyone understood that White Cherry could only level up to B rank, which was the level of a gold armament. If they wanted to level up after that, they would have to pay points to exchange for the upgrade conditions. Although it could only be upgraded to gold armament level, Wu Yan and the rest were still very satisfied. After all, it was a free upgrade. Chuju liked White Cherry very much. Even if she could not upgrade it, she would not want to change it. So, this was not a bad thing. Wu Yan couldn't help but want to do this a few more times. He didn't even find the treasure and he already got such a good harvest. Unfortunately, reality was not a game. Monsters would not respawn, and treasures would not respawn. The revolution had not succeeded yet. Comrade, you still have to work hard. Aye, big brother, let's go find the treasure. Knowing that the enemy had been eliminated, little Liren couldn't wait to go treasure hunting. Treasure hunting, these two words, to a child, the attractiveness is not just ordinary, that's right. We haven't gotten the real treasure yet. Lifting his head, Wu Yan glanced at Mikoto, Chuju, Ikaros, and Liren, smiled and waved his hand. Go! Walking along the stone path, Wu Yan's group of 5 walked rather cautiously. After all, no one can be sure that there's no danger in this place. It was necessary to be cautious. Along the way, although no more stone spiders jumped out, and there were no other guardians, the number of traps made one's hair stand on end. If one was not careful, one could step into a magic formation. When that happens, the magic formation's effect can be unimaginable. There are all kinds of magic formations. It's a good thing that the ones leading the way are Wu Yan and Mikoto who drank resplendent breath. If it was anyone else, they would have died without even knowing how they died. Of course, the result of this is that Wu Yan and Mikoto became the target of everyone. Walking in front of the group, Wu Yan and Mikoto attracted no less than 100 traps. Seeing Wu Yan and Mikoto fall into the magic formation's effect, Chuju distanced herself from them with lingering fear. For the first time, she was glad that she was still weak at that time. She didn't need to fight, didn't need to drink the resplendent breath and suffer this kind of torture. Don't talk about Chuju, Wu Yan and Mikoto are almost hysterical from the torture. Even if they didn't suffer any physical injuries, their mental state has been tormented to the point of no return. At this moment, Mikoto is a little regretful. If she knew, she wouldn't have taken care of those people so quickly. It would have been better to let them step on the landmines and attract the traps. Walking in front dejectedly, Wu Yan and Mikoto are about to cry. Finally, the end of the stone path appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It's a stone room like the stone path from before. It's completely made of stone. The only difference is that this stone room is very wide and the stone walls are very smooth. In the stone room, there's a round table made of stone. On the round table, there are 3 boxes and a crystal bowl. Other than that, there's nothing else. Yes, nothing else. Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto were all stunned at the same time. As for little Liren, she almost had disappointment written all over her face. You say, after going through untold hardships to find the treasure, along the way, meeting the dead, meeting monsters, encountering conspiracies, encountering traps, and finally eliminating all obstacles to arrive at the final location of the treasure. In the end, what they saw, forget about the treasure, there's only an empty stone room, 3 boxes that don't seem to have any bright spots, and a crystal bowl. Other than that, there's nothing else. He had risked his life, and in the end, this was all he got. Anyone would feel like going crazy, right? Luckily, it's Wu Yan's group. Although they were interested in the treasure, they didn't care too much about it. If it was Colas and the other 2, they'd probably kill everyone they brought to vent their anger. The reason why he wanted to come here was because of the crystal that gave Wu Yan 200,000 summoning points. He heard that the Tier 9 powerhouse got it from here, so Wu Yan wanted to try his luck. As for the treasure, of course he wants it, but if there's nothing to be sad about. Of course, there's bound to be disappointment. After all, it wasn't easy to get here. No matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like there's a treasure here. Looking at the empty stone room, Hinajiku didn't pay much attention to it. This time, she went from a 4th order to a 7th order, the harvest was quite bountiful. Plus, she didn't care much about the treasure, so she quickly got over it. Mikoto, on the other hand, was a little disappointed. After all, she was looking forward to seeing what the treasure would be like. Plus, she fell into so many traps along the way, how could she be satisfied with nothing? From this point, it seems that Sis Cannon is still a child. As for Wu Yen, well, he's calm. After being tricked so many times, he's more or less used to it. Although, Wu Yen would rather not have this habit. Looking at the box and crystal ball on the stone platform, Wu Yen thought for a while and said, "It's not like there's nothing. Aren't there 3 boxes? Let's go take a look, maybe we'll get something." The more Wu Yen said, the more he felt that it was possible. A treasure guarded by a Tier 9 Spider Queen couldn't be empty. It didn't look like anyone else had been here before. The 3 boxes must have something else. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Mikoto and Chuju also felt that the 3 boxes might be a surprise. The 3 of them came to the round platform and looked at the 3 boxes. The 3 boxes were very ordinary. There were some words engraved on them, and it was these words that made Wu Yan and the rest excited. The disappointment from before completely disappeared. The first box said, "Open it and you'll get the equivalent of the world's gold coins." The second box said, "Open it and you'll get the equivalent of the world's power." The third box said, "Open it and you'll get the equivalent of the world's power." The 3 boxes were almost the same except for the 2 words at the back. But now, these 3 boxes, in the eyes of Wu Yan and the rest, no one dared to treat them as ordinary boxes. Of course, no matter who it was, it would be the same. If what was written on the box was true, then these 3 boxes would allow one to obtain everything. Gold coins. Power. Strength. What else could be more attractive than these things? Maybe there are some extraordinary people who would ignore this, but unfortunately, Wu Yan can't do that. Gold coins, he loved them. But it didn't matter even if he didn't have them. He was no longer the otaku from before who needed to worry about a meal. So gold coins and whatnot weren't as important as before. It was fine as long as he had enough. Power, to Wu Yan, is something that he can do without. He doesn't have any ambition, he only has a heart that loves anime. Is power more important than girls? But strength, this was the thing that really attracted Wu Yan. Chapter 106. As a proud transmigrator, Wu Yan has read countless transmigration novels. He understands one thing. Transmigrating is a good thing. Transmigrating means you're the main character. To become the main character, you have to have strength, or you can only play a small role. No matter if it's soul transmigration, random transmigration, rebirth transmigration, body transmigration, chrysanthemum transmigration, or whatever, in the end, strength is strength. Of course, that doesn't include some exceptions. Transmigrating to a world where strength is everything, Wu Yan is obviously not an exception. That's why strength is a must. Wu Yan can also obediently earn summoning points and summon a bunch of strong girls to support him from behind, letting them topple the world while he reaps the fruits of their labor. But forget about the difficulty of earning summoning points. In terms of a man's dignity, relying on women and eating soft rice, I'm sorry, Wu Yan can't do it. That's why, whether it's money or authority, none of them can compare to the temptation of strength for Wu Yan. Of course, there's temptation. Wu Yan won't make the mistake of pursuing strength. If that box is a trap, Wu Yan will cut it in half regardless of whether he can get strength or not. Aside from Wu Yan, Mikoto and Chuju also looked at the strength box after looking at the 3 boxes. Needless to say, Mikoto was someone who didn't want to be outdone. She was LV5 in Academy City, and she often challenged others to duels. Although she didn't pay much attention to the issue of strength, compared to gold and authority, strength attracted her more. This is the old Mikoto, but now she has the responsibility of saving her sisters. Her pursuit of strength has become more urgent. After all, only with strength can she save her sisters, right? As for Chuju, her reason is more or less the same. Compared to money and authority, she cares more about strength. That's why the three of them are looking at strength. Ikaros, on the other hand, is standing beside Wu Yan in a daze. To her, other than watermelon, there's nothing else that can pique her interest. As for little Liren, well, she's not interested in treasure hunting. This hard box, to her, isn't as interesting as that beautiful crystal. Open it, Yen. Mikoto looked at the three boxes with a bit of eagerness. Electricity even appeared on her hand. Hey, it's just opening a box, is there a need to electricity? Of course, even though he's grumbling inside, he's still looking forward to the three boxes. With a flip of his hand, Wu Yan opened the strength box. What appeared in front of him? A ring. Hinajuku and Mikoto looked at the simple black ring in the box and said with uncertainty. It looks like. Picking up the ring, Wu Yan tossed it around in his hand and said with uncertainty. It looks like, let's see what's inside. Mikoto is really curious. What's inside that could make the owner of this ring write strength comparable to the whole world on the box? Wu Yan got the gist of it. When it comes to increasing one's strength, it's nothing more than increasing one's cultivation speed, increasing one's do chi and the like. Or maybe it's combat skills that increase one's strength, or maybe it's armaments that directly increase one's strength. So, inside this ring, there should be treasures, battle techniques, armaments, and the like. To be able to say, strength comparable to the whole world, this really piqued Wu Yan's interest. What kind of treasures, battle techniques, armaments can give a person this level of strength? But soon, Wu Yan's face froze. He lowered his head, his bangs covering his eyes, hiding his expression. But from the rolling resentment behind his back, Chuju and Mikoto know that it's not a good expression, Yen. Even the strong Kaishu-sama and Sis Cannon couldn't help but speak carefully. They have to admit, this is the first time they've been so afraid of Wu Yan. The resentment was swept away in an instant. Wu Yan raised his head and looked at the ring in his hand, his face expressionless. Of course, they ignored the string of words above his head. What's wrong? Is it empty? Chuju and Mikoto, who are familiar with Wu Yan, immediately knew that Wu Yan must have suffered some kind of blow, that's why he's acting like this. It's nothing. Wu Yan took a deep breath and calmed down. He casually held the ring in his hand and said in a low voice, I don't know if it's empty or not, because I can't open it. You can't open it. At this moment, the two girls finally understood why Wu Yan had so much resentment. Why can't you open it? Yeah, I really want to know too. Why can't I open it? Wu Yan gritted his teeth and said this sentence. Looking at his expression that looked like he couldn't wait to swallow the ring, Chuju and Mikoto decisively fell silent. Panting heavily, Wu Yan resisted the urge to throw the ring away. Looking at the other two boxes, Wu Yan immediately had a bad feeling. The ring that represents strength can't be opened. Then, what about authority and gold coins? No way. Thinking of this, Wu Yan opened the other two boxes with trembling hands. As expected, a white ancient ring and a gold ancient ring appeared in front of Wu Yan. Looking at the two rings, Wu Yan gently picked them up. After a while, he fell silent. Don't tell me this is another space ring that can't be opened. As soon as Chuju finished speaking, a stronger resentment came from Wu Yan. She immediately shut her mouth and obediently stood behind Mikoto. Mikoto smiled embarrassedly and didn't say anything. Wanting to cry but no tears came out, say, it's fine if you don't put anything in the stone room, we can accept it, but you clearly put something that can make people go crazy and snatch it, but you can't open it. What are you trying to do? Are you flirting with people? Wu Yan looked up at the sky and sighed. He really wants to drag out the owner of the treasure and shoot him to death. Of course, after a long time, he'll completely change his mind. He'll want to drag out the owner of the treasure and kiss him. Wu Yan's speechless expression really makes people sad. Chuju and Mikoto whispered to each other, trying to turn Wu Yan into a normal person. In the end, they decided to let Mikoto electrocute him. They nodded to each other. Mikoto was about to electrocute him when Chuju inadvertently glanced at the box on the table. Her eyes suddenly lit up and she shouted at Wu Yan. Yan! Quick, look! There are words in the box. Words. Finally, Hinajiku's words pulled him back from his self-tragic state. He took a look at the words in the box and froze on the spot. Successor, this is just an indestructible ordinary ring, not a space ring. However, with this ring, the entire Ailu Empire is yours. You have the right to rule the entire Ailu Empire. Wu Yan, Mikoto, and Chuju looked at each other. It's obvious none of them believed that with a ring, the entire Ailu Empire is theirs. Since there are words in this box, there should be words in the other boxes as well. Let's see, Wu Yan couldn't figure out the meaning of this sentence. Helplessly, he gave up on wasting his brain cells and turned to the other boxes. First, he looked at the power box. Successor, this is indeed a space ring. As long as you can open it, you will be able to rule the entire Spalier world. Do you want to open it? Go find the Ailu Empire's king, he will tell you everything. Find the king. Wu Yan couldn't find the right words to express his feelings at this moment. He could only mutter and complain in his heart. Then, he looked at the gold box. Successor, do you want my treasures? If you want it, I can give it to you. Go find the key, I have placed all my treasures in this ring. System, are you sure there won't be any other transmigrators other than me? User, there is only one system. Only the system can provide transmigration. Therefore, other than the user, there won't be any other transmigrators. Then please tell me, why did GOLD, Roger transmigrate to the Spalier world? Chapter 107. It doesn't matter if what's inside the box is true or false, Wu Yan still kept the ring. If it's fake, it's fine to keep it, but what if it's real? So, it's better to believe it's real than not. After sorting out the 3 rings, Wu Yan wanted to throw them into the space ring, but then he thought of something inside and put them on his hand. 3 rings, plus a space ring, 2 rings on his left hand, 2 rings on his right hand. Fine, if this is back in Wu Yan's world, then this image, if it's not bad, it's flaunting his wealth. After all, these rings, gold, white, black and so on, even his hand is about to turn colorful. Why do I feel like I've been cheated again? Ma, our harvest isn't small, don't be so discouraged. Perhaps feeling that Wu Yan is too pitiful, Kaishu-sama patted his shoulder and said with a heavy heart, hinting to Wu Yan to be content with what he has. Fine, I admit I'm greedy. Although that's what he said, but with Kaishu-sama's consolation, Wu Yan's mood improved quite a bit, making Mikoto a bit confused. It was unknown when little Lirin had climbed onto the round platform. She looked at the crystal ball on the round platform and curiously looked here and there. Finally, she reached out her hand and touched the crystal ball. At the same time little Lirin touched the crystal ball buzzed and suddenly emitted a dazzling light. The sudden change made little Lirin shrink back with an ah sound, falling off the round platform. Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto were shocked, ignoring the change in the crystal ball and hurriedly rushed forward to catch little Lirin. Luckily Wu Yan's group wasn't too far from the round platform. Little Lirin avoided the fate of eating dust. Are you okay? Seeing little Lirin's frightened face, Chuju, who's always with her, quickly took her from Wu Yan's hands and comforted her. Little Lirin lightly shook her head, indicating she's fine. Wu Yan and Mikoto saw this, only then did they let out a sigh of relief, looking at the strange crystal ball. At this time, the light on the crystal ball had begun to condense slowly, giving people the feeling that something was about to come out. At a certain moment, the light on the crystal ball changed, shooting upwards, forming a screen in front of Wu Yan's group. This isn't a projection, is it? Mikoto looked at the screen in front of her, surprised. In this world, Mikoto's considered to have seen crystal balls many times. The use of a crystal ball, it's mostly used for communication, projection. Wu Yan didn't speak, staring at the screen on the crystal ball. Seeing this, Mikoto resentfully looked at Chuju, then everyone looked at the screen together, not saying a word. The screen flowed like water, then Wu Yan's group saw, an image began to appear. It really is an image. Under everyone's gaze, the image began to change in front of everyone's eyes. A person, a very ordinary person. He was born in a very ordinary family, living a very ordinary life. However, this person wasn't satisfied with such a life, so he left home and embarked on the road of travel. Along the way, he saw warriors, magicians, do-chi, and magic. He seemed to be envious of them, so he worked hard to gain the recognition of a warrior, becoming that warrior's disciple. Thus, his journey turned into cultivation. He cultivated do-chi, and he succeeded. He cultivated battle skills, and he excelled at them. He exceeded everyone's expectations. He was actually a super genius. Under his master's guidance, he grew rapidly, very quickly. He learned everything his master knew, and he succeeded in surpassing his own master. However, he wasn't satisfied with that, so he once again embarked on the road of travel, but this time, it wasn't just for travel, it was for cultivation. He made a lot of friends, he communicated with them, they improved together. He also made a lot of enemies, he fought with them to the death. The first time he got a good armament, he took it from an enemy's corpse. The second time he got an even stronger armament, he also took it from an enemy's corpse. Because he wasn't rich, he could only rely on himself. He killed soldiers, he cut through thorns. Every enemy standing in front of him was successfully eliminated by him, and during the battle, he continued to break through, break through, break through. Finally, he was no longer a weakling, he became a strong person in the eyes of countless people. People from big clans invited him, but he refused, because he felt that he wasn't strong enough. People who couldn't get him tried to assassinate him, but he killed them, because he felt that if he showed mercy, those people would take advantage of him. No one could stop him, not even those beautiful women, because in his heart, there was only the thought of becoming stronger. His do-chi continued to improve, he continued to cultivate battle skills, he continued to break through, he became stronger and stronger. He became so strong that no one dared to provoke him anymore. He became so strong that all the big clans started to invite him to be their guard. They even begged him to be their teacher. However, he still refused, because he felt that he wasn't strong enough. One day, a person appeared. Maybe he shouldn't be called a person, because that person descended from the sky. One punch could collapse a mountain, one kick could crack the earth, one palm could seriously injure him. That was the first time in countless years that he was defeated. Once again, he made up his mind that he was still not strong enough. In order to become stronger, he decided to go into seclusion. He wouldn't come out until he was strong enough to defeat that person. After an unknown period of time, he finally came out of seclusion. On this day, he smashed his seclusion room with a punch and flew into the sky. He found that person again, and a great battle broke out between them. That battle, it was earth-shattering. It broke the mountains and split the seas. That battle, it resounded in the sky. Blood spilled on the earth. That battle, he was defeated again. At the moment of his defeat, he was lying on the ground, his whole body was covered in blood. In a daze, that person told him that if he wanted to defeat him, he had to go one step further. Thus, he dragged his broken body to his seclusion room again, and rebuilt the seclusion room that he smashed. He knew that he would have to stay here for a long time. He treated the seclusion room as his home. He rebuilt it with stones, and seriously polished it until it was smooth. Then he started to cultivate again. Another unknown period of time passed, and on this day, he came out of seclusion. He found him again, and the second battle began. This battle, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The sky turned into a tsunami. This battle. His fists shattered and his bones shattered. His body was drunk. This battle. A draw, no victory, no defeat. However, this time, he was perfectly satisfied, because, from that day onwards, no one could be stronger than him. He no longer pursued victory, no longer pursued defeat. He knew that at this moment, he was a true expert. Thus, he returned home, found his home, but his family was no longer there. Emptiness and loneliness filled his heart. At his home, he established a force, and began to recruit soldiers and buy horses, fighting all over the world, and using this to fill the emptiness in his heart. With him around, it was no surprise that his faction would become the strongest faction in the entire continent. Of course, it was only temporary. Later, there were still two new forces that caught up with him. They made an agreement to not invade each other, divide the continent equally, and mind their own business. Their forces finally welcomed peace. However, this was only temporary. One day, an item appeared, and it completely shattered the state of peace. In order to fight for this item, he started a war with the leaders of the other two forces. It couldn't be helped, this item was simply too attractive. Later on, even the person who fought with him twice also joined the battle. However, their strength was almost the same, and no one could do anything to the other. In the end, everyone was like a lamp that ran out of oil. Dragging his dying body, he once again came to the seclusion room. Here, he left behind a small magical beast that he subdued, 3 boxes, and a crystal ball. Then, he turned into dust, and drifted with the wind. Chapter 108. Flabbergasted. There's no better way to describe Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto's expression. Only Liren and Ikaros, who didn't understand what's going on, had a look of confusion on their faces. The video is very blurry, so blurry that they couldn't even see the face of the main character. There's no sound in the video either, so they can only get a rough idea. And this rough idea is enough to make everyone who saw it, just like Wu Yan and the other two, flabbergasted. If the footage in the video was real, then, Wu Yan and the other two didn't dare to think about it anymore. The screen turned back into a ray of light and returned to the crystal bowl. But none of them recovered from their shock. Chuju Jijia, what's wrong? At this time, Wu Yan and the others recovered from their shock. They didn't answer Liren's question. The three of them looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with the same meaning, that's disbelief. After a while, Wu Yan bitterly smiled and touched the 3 rings on his hand. If all of this is true, then the origin of this treasure is truly incredible. We just came to this world, it's only been a few days and we've already come across such a treasure. Who knows how many years ago this video is from? Looks like we're destined to be the main characters. Wu Yan said this with a smile, but anyone with a discerning eye can see how forced his expression is. His heart is still a little shaken. After all, they might have gotten their hands on an ancient secret. At the same time, Wu Yan realized that the 3 rings on his hand, not only are they real like what the box said, they might be a death sentence. Combining the information in the video and the message on the box, Wu Yan already had a guess in his heart, towards the ancient, towards the rings. I definitely can't let anyone know about the origin of these 3 rings. Rubbing the rings on his hand, Wu Yan inadvertently said this thought out loud, and it's undeniable. But at this moment, Chuju and Mikoto nodded seriously, agreeing with Wu Yan's words. Yan, do you want to take the rings back? Chuju's meaning is obvious, she's afraid someone will recognize the 3 rings, but Wu Yan shook his head with a smile. Although I don't know how long ago the video was recorded, but first of all, I'm not sure if anyone knows what these 3 rings are for. Secondly, I don't think many people will pay attention to these simple and unadorned designs. Plus, he still needs to use it to confirm one thing. Of course, Wu Yan didn't say that, but after thinking, Wu Yan took the black strength ring and removed the gold ring on his hand, leaving only the white ring. Well, but it's better to be safe, 1 ring is enough. Chuju and Mikoto looked at Wu Yan in confusion. Even if they're familiar with Wu Yan, they can't completely guess what Wu Yan is thinking. But soon, the two girls turned their heads away. Anyways, Wu Yan must have his reasons for doing this. Chuju and Mikoto still trust Wu Yan on this point. After putting the two rings into the space ring, Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief and looked at the box and crystal ball on the round table. Alright, let's go back. I don't want to stay in this place anymore. Mikoto rubbed her shoulders and said tiredly. Even though the time in the demon cave was longer than this time, but for some reason, Mikoto felt that this time was even more tiring than this time. Hinagiku nodded as well. Since Hinagiku and Mikoto want to go back, there's no reason for them to stay here any longer. Wu Yan nodded as well. Then let's go. Chuju brought Lirin, Mikoto brought Ikaros out of the stone room. Wu Yan, on the other hand, looked at the three boxes and crystal ball with a serious expression. He lowered his head and thought for a while. When he looked up again, Wu Yan's eyes sharpened. The nether temple Shana appeared in his hand and slowly pulled it out. These three boxes and this crystal ball, it's better not to keep them. With a wave of the nether temple Shana, a bright sword light was released from the blade and blasted towards the three boxes and crystal ball on the round table. Who knows how Wu Yan did it? The boxes and crystal ball turned into ashes, but the round table is still intact. Let's call it a day. Sheathing his sword, Wu Yan smiled and chased after Chuju and Mikoto. Standing in front of the stone tablet, Wu Yan's group of 5 looked at the empty space and fell silent. How are we going to go back? Hinagiku was the only one who voiced out everyone's thoughts. When they came here, they came with the rest of the group. There were people from the auction house who came out of the floating ship to lead the way. But now, forget about leading the way, they're still waiting for someone to lead the way. That's why they're troubled. They don't know how to go back. Even though the floating ship the auction house brought is still here, they don't know how to drive it. Even if they walk, they don't know how to get back. Wu Yan's expression became very interesting. Of all his calculations, he didn't expect that they don't know how to get back. Sighing, Mikoto looked at Wu Yan and said softly, Yan, do you think we should drive the floating ship? If only we knew how to drive. Wu Yan wanted to cry but no tears came out. Hinagiku chuckled dryly and looked straight ahead. Why don't you, Yan, learn how to pilot an airship? Wu Yan was silent. He stared at Chuju until Chuju turned her head away with a hot face. Wu Yan forced a smile and said, if I have those points, I might as well get something more useful. I don't know how many times I can drive a floating ship in my lifetime. Don't even mention the fact that it would be a waste. Even if it wasn't, Wu Yan had so many points he wouldn't have chosen to fly the airship back. One must know that in this treasure hunt, everyone had died here. If they were the only ones who made it back alive, anyone would be suspicious. It's fine if they go back quietly. After all, no one noticed them in this treasure hunt. They're like a drop of water in the ocean, no one would recognize them. But driving a floating ship back. In this case, he would definitely be noticed and investigated. Then, he would be found out and beaten up. Then what do you think we should do? Chuju was also angry. If they don't do this, how are they going to get back to the supply town? One should know that this place is in the middle of nowhere. It's also a desolate area on the map. Wu Yan cried when he heard Chuju's words. He took out a crystal scroll from his pocket. It's the scroll Wu Yan said to use to escape. He said helplessly, we can only use this. Hinagiku and Mikoto seemed to have thought of something as well. They clapped their hands and took out the scroll with a chuckle. I almost forgot about this. Wu Yan rolled his eyes when he saw the "we're saved" expression on the two girls' faces. He cursed in his heart. This is something Wu Yan exchanged for to save his life and escape. In the end, he used it to rush back. I have to say, the result is a scam. Town Portal Scroll, an item that instantly teleports the user to a designated location. The location is set by the user in advance. It's a one-time item. 10,000 item points. That's right, it's a town portal scroll. No matter what game it is, there's always a town portal scroll. This is the item that Wu Yan exchanged for to save his life. He has to admit that this is a good item for saving his life and escaping. As long as he is in danger, he can use it to teleport back to the designated location. What else could be better than this item for saving his life and escaping? Before they left, Wu Yan had already exchanged for 5 town portal scrolls. He gave one to each of them and set up a return point at the supply town. This way, as long as there's danger, they can instantly return to the supply town. Wu Yan had thought that they might use the return scrolls to escape. Maybe they won't need to use them in the end when they find the treasure. Who would have thought that they would end up using them to rush on their journey? What else could be more tragic than this? Wu Yan felt weak all over. He didn't even have the strength to crush the scrolls. Chapter 109. Good morning, Master. While he's still in a daze, he heard this voice. Opening his eyes in a daze, he saw a pair of abnormally large breasts swinging back and forth in front of him, 10 centimeters away from his face. Am I dreaming? If so, please don't wake up. His eyes are still half open. Looking at her voluptuous breasts, the first thought that came to mind is that he's dreaming. Ikaros was lying on top of Wu Yan, looking at her master strangely. She felt her master was awake, that's why she said good morning, but her master's reaction was a bit strange. Was it because she said it too softly? Ikaros tilted her head in confusion. She looked at Wu Yan seriously to make sure he's awake. Ikaros decided to repeat what she said one more time. Good morning, Master. Actually, Wu Yan already knew he was awake after muttering those words. But looking at the pair of large breasts in front of him, Wu Yan was stunned and didn't react at all. It wasn't until Ikaros called him again that Wu Yan snapped out of his daze. He knew Ikaros came to his room again. The pair of large white rabbits in front of him, without a doubt, belongs to Ikaros. Gulp. Uncontrollably, Wu Yan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In the silence of the room, the sound was particularly ear-piercing, making Ikaros confused. Wu Yan laughed dryly. Resisting the urge to turn into a wolf, Wu Yan pushed Ikaros away with difficulty. Panting heavily, he smiled embarrassedly. Ikaros, next time, can you not wake me up like this? I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back. Can't hold back. Tilting her head, Ikaros looked at Wu Yan. Her face was expressionless, but her eyes revealed clear doubt, as if she was wondering why Wu Yan couldn't hold back. Wu Yan choked, unable to speak. Oh right, where's Chuju and Mikoto? Wu Yan had no choice but to change the topic. At the same time, he pulled the blanket over his body in an attempt to cover a certain naughty part. We're fine. A voice that clearly didn't belong to Wu Yan or Ikaros rang out, interrupting Ikaros's words. Wu Yan's forced smile froze on his face. Slowly turning his head like a machine, he saw Hinagiku standing at the door with a smile on her face and a gloomy Mikoto with her head lowered and her bangs covering her expression. Yo, good morning, Chuju, Mikoto. Wu Yan raised his hand and greeted them with a smile. Everything looked so normal except for the waterfall of sweat on his face. Too bad Kaishu-sama and Railgun weren't in the mood to greet Wu Yan. They stood at the door, their beautiful eyes staring at Wu Yan, completely ignoring Ikaros. I was wondering why I didn't see Ikaros every morning when I woke up. She was sleeping in the same room. No, please listen to my explanation. His face is drenched in cold sweat. Looking at Hinagiku and Mikoto, Wu Yan forced out a smile that's uglier than crying and said. After hearing Wu Yan's explanation, Chuju and Mikoto went silent. This made Wu Yan even more uneasy. He'd rather the two girls beat him up, at least then it'd be normal. But now, Wu Yan was really scared. Chuju, Mikoto, Yen, you big idiot. Chuju and Mikoto roared at the same time and turned to leave, leaving behind 2 small teardrops on the floor. This is going to be a big deal. His heart sank. Wu Yan's mind was in a daze. Looking at the situation, Chuju and Mikoto are obviously sad. It's no wonder, seeing the person you like in the same room with another woman and that woman wasn't in the room for the whole night, anyone would misunderstand. Master, is this Ikaro's fault? Ikaro's who watched from the beginning to the end, twisting her body uneasily. This is the first time Wu Yan saw Ikaro's have any expression on her face. Taking 2 deep breaths, Wu Yan rubbed Ikaro's head and said in a low voice. Ikaros, this isn't your fault, so you don't have to blame yourself. Yes, master. Even though she said yes, her face was full of uneasiness. Anyone could see that Ikaros was blaming herself. Wu Yan sighed and looked at Ikaros. Thinking about the sad eyes of the 2 girls before they left and the tears that they left behind, his heart suddenly felt very pained. Chuju and Mikoto, will they ignore me after this? The more Wu Yan thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. His heart started to feel uneasy. It should be said that Wu Yan's heart was a little sensitive because it was the first time he saw Chuju and Mikoto with that kind of expression. He didn't think that as long as he explained it to them, everything would be fine. It's just that because of this, that kind of thing happened later. His face was cloudy and uncertain. Right now, Wu Yan's body is here, but his heart is with Chuju and Mikoto. He has a strong urge to see how Chuju and Mikoto are doing right now. But he's afraid that if he went to them now, it would only make them more sad. Wu Yan clenched and unclenched his fists, then he looked at Ikaro's sad expression and made a crazy decision in his heart. Ikaros. Yes, master. Ikaros looked at Wu Yan. She saw Wu Yan's face was very firm, as if he made a big decision. She couldn't react in time. Ikaros, don't blame yourself. I will solve everything, will you help me? Staring blankly at Wu Yan, who seemed to have thought of something, Ikaros's expression returned to normal and she softly said, yes. Master. Standing in front of Chuju and Mikoto's room, Wu Yan lightly knocked on the door. Chuju, Mikoto, it's me, open the door. After waiting for a while, there was no response. After a while, a small voice came out. The voice was a little choked with sobs. Go away. I don't want to see you. Showing an expression that said he expected this, Wu Yan grabbed the door handle and with a flash of his power, the door was opened by Wu Yan and pushed in. What entered his eyes were 2 girls, each lying in their own bed, staring at him blankly with tears in their eyes. After cursing in his heart, running back to the same room to cry, Wu Yan casually walked in. When the 2 girls reacted, they saw Wu Yan walking in and angrily said, "Get out." Wu Yan smiled brightly at them. His smile was so cheerful, but Chuju and Mikoto felt a bad premonition. What do you want?" Feeling something bad, Chuju and Mikoto shrunk back into the bed and stuttered. For a moment, they actually forgot that they were angry at Wu Yan. Wu Yan didn't say anything. Instead, he took out a small bag and blew on the 2 girls' faces. A cloud of powder floated towards Chuju and Mikoto and landed on their faces. "What are you doing?" Chuju and Mikoto touched their faces and angrily shouted at Wu Yan. Then they suddenly felt powerless and laid down on the bed. "What's going on? What did you do? What are you doing?" 3 questions jumped out of Chuju's mouth. In exchange, Wu Yan's footsteps came in. At this time, Chuju and Mikoto were really panicking. They couldn't muster up any strength in their body, whether it's Esper ability or White Cherry. The 2 girls couldn't use any of it. Plus the strange development of the situation, they really didn't know what to do. Hearing the footsteps, the 2 girls knew that Wu Yan was slowly approaching them. At the same time, they felt uneasy and at the same time yelled in their hearts. "No! things didn't develop like this. Unfortunately, what happened next was really out of their expectations. Wu Yan picked up Mikoto. Under the girl's panicked expression, he put her beside Chuju. Looking at the two girls' faces, Wu Yan sighed and then his face became serious. Chuju, Mikoto, become my women. Chapter 110. Chuju, Mikoto, become my women. Chuju was stunned. Mikoto was stunned. Following Wu Yan's shocking statement, the small room fell into silence as if time had stopped. Only Hinajuku and Mikoto could clearly see that they couldn't react to what just happened. Even for someone as thick-skinned as Wu Yan, after making such a declaration and seeing the expression on the two women's faces, he had the urge to run away. After all, Wu Yan was just hot-headed and did something like this, take down Kaishu-sama and Railgun, and then have sex. How wicked, and how exciting, it was. Even Wu Yan couldn't help but admire himself. How could he be so reckless? Do you know what you're saying? If it wasn't for the fact that she was so weak that she couldn't even move, Mikoto would have gone crazy and electrocuted everyone, regardless of friend or foe. Not just Mikoto, even Chuju's face was burning hot. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. In front of two women, he said that he wanted them to be his women. Any normal person would want to give him a slap. Kaishu-sama really wanted to pull out her white cherry and give Wu Yan a chop. She wanted to let him know that if he didn't seek his own death, he wouldn't die. That's why Wu Yan wanted to take them down, right? I have to say, he's pretty good at foresight. I just don't know if he'll be able to live past tomorrow. Hearing Mikoto's words, Wu Yan could only smile bitterly. Looking at the two women's red faces, Wu Yan didn't know if they were embarrassed or angry. After a moment of silence, he reached out and caressed Chuju and Mikoto's faces. I know what I'm saying is a bit too much. No, it's very much too much. But I have no other choice. With a bitter face, he ignored the reddened faces of the two girls and continued in a low voice. But, I have no choice. I can't give up on one of you, I can't watch you two be sad, I can't ignore your feelings, I can't do anything about it, I can't do anything about it. Looking up, Wu Yan said with determination. No matter what, you can hate me, hit me, or scold me. I don't plan to give up on any of you. After that, Wu Yan waved his hand and closed the door. Then, he looked at Chuju and Mikoto. What are you doing? The sound of the door closing was unusually loud. Hearing this sound, Chuju and Mikoto's originally weak body trembled. A very bad feeling arose from the bottom of their hearts. It's like something important is about to leave them. Wu Yan took a deep breath, hoping to ease the tension in his heart. But the more he tried, the more nervous he got. There's no other way. Looking at Wu Yan's life, for more than 20 years, Wu Yan has always been a sorcerer. Now, he's about to change class, and his targets are the 2D girls he used to like. And two of them at once. The first time is already so exciting. As a virgin, how can Wu Yan not be nervous? With trembling hands, Wu Yan put his hands on Chuju and Mikoto's body. Then, with a look of desperation, he quickly took off their clothes. Oh. You, what are you doing? Stop it. Ah. You pervert. Don't take it off. Don't take it off. Ah, don't. Ignoring the two girls' pleas, Wu Yan used the fastest hand speed in his life to strip Chuju and Mikoto naked. Soon, two naturally beautiful and delicate bodies appeared in front of Wu Yan. Staring blankly at the two beautiful bodies in front of him, Wu Yan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. But more saliva was secreted, filling Wu Yan's mouth. Wu Yan swallowed again and again, but he couldn't swallow the saliva in time. A trace of saliva dripped down from the corner of his mouth. Of course, Chuju and Mikoto saw Wu Yan's perverted appearance. But they didn't care. Their heads were already dizzy when their bodies were exposed in front of Wu Yan. Wu Yan, on the other hand, felt a certain part of his body so hard that it's a bit unbearable. It's so unbearable that his pants almost couldn't hold it down. Without thinking, he stripped off his clothes as well. Their eyes bulged as they watched Wu Yan's every move. Smoke was already coming out of their heads. But this still couldn't alleviate the shame and anger in their hearts. Especially when Wu Yan's disgusting body parts appeared in front of them, everything happened too fast, so fast that the two women didn't have time to talk to each other. Finally, the condition to be honest with each other was met. Wu Yan took a deep breath and pounced on Chuju. Ah! Feeling the weight on her body, Chuju finally panicked. She wanted to push Wu Yan away, but her body couldn't exert any strength. Even the insides of her body felt powerless. Without any other choice, Chuju could only plead. Yan, no, no, Wu. Leaning down, Wu Yan blocked all of Hinajiku's pleas for mercy. With lightning speed, he opened her mouth and stuck out his tongue to suck on Kaishu-sama's little tongue. Then, the two of them started making love, Their saliva intertwined. Chuju was completely immersed in the pleasure of tongues intertwining. She couldn't help but close her eyes. TSK sounds came from their lips, endless. After entangling with the president for a while, Wu Yan felt unsatisfied. He stretched out his wolf claws and pressed on the president's small breasts. Chuju suddenly opened her eyes and recovered from her dazed state. She felt Wu Yan's movements and the strangeness of her body. Her face turned red and she was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. Wu Yan's first thought was that it was so soft. His second thought was that it was so small. After all, the president could be considered as a member of the flat-chested group. Well, it's fine if it's small. It's better to have something to touch than nothing. Anyway, there's still a long way to go. I'll slowly explore it in the future. With this thought in mind, Wu Yan grabbed the president's two little white rabbits. His mouth didn't stop moving, but his hands also began to knead. Wu-en. Following Wu Yan's movements, Chuju's body became more and more sensitive. An unusually strong pleasure came from inside her body. Under the control of pleasure, Chuju's eyes became more and more blurred. It was obvious that the president was aroused. Wu Yan wasn't satisfied with just occupying one place. After he was satisfied, he began to change his target. He pulled out a hand and moved down. Wu. Chuju didn't know where the strength came from, but she suddenly arched her body and then fell down heavily. The feeling in her body became more and more intense, and she became more and more unable to control herself. She could only immerse herself in it, unable to extricate herself. At a certain moment, Wu Yan left Chuju's lips. Looking at her aroused appearance, he smiled in satisfaction and withdrew his hand that was touching her thigh. At the same time, he returned with a liquid that carried a strange smell. It's time. Wu Yan stopped all his movements and placed Chuju's body properly. Then, he focused all his strength on his waist. Then, he slowly rubbed against Chuju's body until there was a layer of obstruction. Only then did Wu Yan take a deep breath and exert force. Ah! A sharp pain came from below, and Chuju painfully groaned. Her body tensed up, and she didn't know when the strength in her body came back. She hugged Wu Yan tightly, and tears flowed down uncontrollably. Pain, so painful, woo. Tears flowed down her cheeks, the pain took away the pleasure. Hinajiku also realized, from now on, everything that belongs to her will belong to this young man in front of her. Wu Yan also panicked. Looking at Chuju's tear-stained face, he hurriedly helped her wipe away her tears. Then, he directly kissed her, trying to kiss away her pain. Feeling everything Wu Yan did for her, Chuju's heart finally flashed with a trace of happiness. The pain also gradually faded, and in its place was an electric current flowing from inside her body, making Chuju feel unusually empty. Therefore, she couldn't help but twist her body a little. Receiving Chuju's signal, Wu Yan also understood something. He smiled slightly and his body began to exert force. Chapter 111. Groans, gasps, the sounds of flesh colliding, and the sounds of liquid flowing continuously resounded throughout the entire room. Not long after, Chuju's beautiful body was covered in fine beads of sweat. Some of it flowed down her body and dripped onto the bed, while some remained on her body, adding a bit of charm to her body. Her long pink hair spread over 1/3 of the bed, moving up and down with his movements. Hinajiku shyly raised her hands to block the spring scenery in front of her chest. She closed her eyes and every time he exerted force, she would moan. In an instant, the moans that escaped from Chuju's mouth formed a beautiful melody, and the only audience was Wu Yan, no matter if it was now or in the future. In an instant, the fragrance from Chuju's body formed a delicious dish, and the only one who tasted it was Wu Yan, no matter if it was now or in the future. At this moment, Chuju was undeniably the most attractive. So much so that Wu Yan almost gave his first time to her. No, his first time was already given to his left hand. The first time was undoubtedly short, and Wu Yan felt the same for himself, so he kept his mind clear and didn't completely immerse himself in the pleasure. He adjusted his movements so that he could last as long as possible. After all, if he gave it up just like that, what would happen to Sis Cannon? Of course, he didn't know that at this moment, Mikoto had completely lost her ability to think. She stared blankly at the moaning Chuju, her mind was blank. When had she ever experienced such a situation? In the past, she hadn't even read a book that was slightly impure. It could be said that her whole life was white, and the only stain was that she had a perverted roommate, but now, such a live show was being put on right in front of her. How could she react to this? However, although her brain didn't react, her body reacted very strongly. In the midst of Chuju's seductive moans, Mikoto felt her body become unfamiliar, and a wave of desire came from within, causing her body to turn pink. Mikoto's existence had been forgotten by Chuju. Under Wu Yan's assault, she couldn't pull herself away, and could only be like a candle in the wind, flickering, and could be extinguished at any time. Soon, the moment of extinguishment arrived. Suddenly, Chuju opened her eyes in a panic, and her body tensed up. She frantically pushed Wu Yan on top of her, and moaned, "Wait. Wait. Stop. Stop." Seeing Chuju's actions and her pink skin, how could Wu Yan not know what was going on? So, not only did he not stop, he increased his speed. Don't. Slow down. Slow down. What? Do. Chuju panted heavily, and as Wu Yan increased his speed, she became more and more panicked, and her body started to tremble, until, don't. Stop. Ugh. Ah. Her body tensed up to the extreme. Chuju raised her head, and let out a long moan. At the same time, Wu Yan also felt a large amount of water erupting from Chuju's body. Desperately suppressing the feeling, Wu Yan persevered. He still has another mission to complete. Finally, at a certain moment, Chuju's body went limp, and her face was flushed red, and her eyes were half closed, and she was panting. At this time, Wu Yan finally turned his gaze to Mikoto, whose face was also flushed red. Putting down the panting Kaishu-sama, Wu Yan reached out his evil claws towards Mikoto. Dong. When Wu Yan pressed his hand on Mikoto's body, a loud sound came from her heart. Mikoto also realized something, and looked at Wu Yan in panic, not knowing what to do. "I'm warning you, don't mess around," Mikoto said fiercely. Of course, that's what she thought. At least, in Wu Yan's eyes, that red face, that soft voice, no matter which aspect, doesn't look fierce at all. Chuckling, Wu Yan ignored Mikoto's threat and pounced on her delicate body, causing her to cry out in alarm. She wanted to push him away, but she quickly realized that she still couldn't muster up any strength. Looking at Mikoto's panicked expression and pink cheeks, Wu Yan impatiently moved his mouth over and kissed Mikoto's lips. Boom! Mikoto's head exploded, and she became muddle-headed. Her first kiss was shamelessly taken away by Wu Yan just like that. This made Mikoto, who didn't have much interaction with other men besides her dad, unable to react no matter what. And because of this, Wu Yan took advantage of the opportunity. He opened Mikoto's mouth, and her small tongue fell into his grasp, and began to move with Wu Yan's tongue. Enjoying the sweetness of Mikoto's lips, Wu Yan tasted it with relish, and completely conquered the first territory on Mikoto's body. Then, he began his conquest. The same action, the same place. Wu Yan stroked and kneaded it, and it was about the same size as Kaishu-sama's. At this moment, he enjoyed it so much that he forgot to go back. His hands slid over one territory after another. Wu Yan declared strongly that this place, from today onwards, belonged to him. Mikoto also let out sounds of panting, and Wu Yan's appetite was greatly stimulated. Perhaps it was because she had watched a live show for quite some time, but Mikoto's body was already feeling it. When Wu Yan's hand touched her thigh, there was already a flood that couldn't be stopped, and was waiting for someone to resist the flood. This was also good, he didn't have to waste so much time to provoke, and could directly start. After all, Kaishu-sama still hasn't satisfied Wu Yan. Finally, the soldiers arrived at the city, and the city gate was right in front of him. With a fierce thrust of his spear, he broke through the city gate, broke through the wall, and went straight into the depths. Ah! Ah! The sound of pain came out of Mikoto's mouth as expected. Tears also came out of Mikoto's eyes as expected. Just like how he treated Chuju, Wu Yan kissed away the tears on Mikoto's face, comforting her and alleviating her pain. This step is a step every girl must go through. After what happened with Chuju, Wu Yan didn't panic anymore, he just let Mikoto feel his presence. When the pain passed, pleasure followed. Almost like how it was with Chuju, Mikoto couldn't help but twist her body, showing her current body, and anticipating Wu Yan's comfort. Wu Yan smiled faintly, and once again began to work hard. Accompanied by another melodious symphony, echoing in the room, outside the room, in the living room, Ikaros is hugging little Liren, sitting on a chair, listening to the sounds coming from the room without saying a word. Only Ikaros knows that her heart isn't as calm as it seems on the surface. Even Ikaros herself doesn't know why her body would feel warm and itchy when she hears the sounds coming from the room. It's like she's looking forward to something, longing for something. Only little Liren would be able to maintain her perfect condition without any abnormalities. Liren sucked on her finger, looking at the room in confusion. The sounds coming from inside made her curious, so she pulled on Ikaros' clothes and asked. Ikaros ne-san, Chuju ne-san, Mikoto ne-san and Oniai-san, what are you guys doing? Why do Chuju ne-san and Mikoto ne-san's voices sound so weird? Little did they know, Ikaros was also wondering why the sounds were so weird. It made her body heat up. I don't know, but Master said to leave everything to him. My job is to take good care of you, don't let you run around. No wonder Wu Yan asked for Ikaros' help, so it's to take care of little Liren, don't let the naughty brat ruin things, how evil, oh. Nodding her little head, Liren said in a childish voice. I know, Ikaros ne-san, Liren will be a good girl, I won't run around. Okay, the living room fell into silence again, the sounds coming from the room continued to echo in the room. Chapter 112. Hinajuku pulled the blanket over her body and sat on the bed. She lowered her head and remained silent. Mikoto pulled the blanket over her body and sat on the bed. She lowered her head and didn't say a word. Wu Yan calmly stood in front of the two girls. He looked at them with an awkward smile and didn't say anything. Ignoring everything that happened before, just looking at the scene in front of them is enough to trigger endless imagination. Not to mention, the ambiguous smell that has been spreading in the room since just now hasn't completely dissipated. The sun has already climbed to the top of their heads. Originally, when Wu Yan woke up, it was already morning. When he came to find Chuju and Mikoto, it was also morning. So, after the life and death battle just now, who knows how much time has passed in the morning. The intense battle has come to an end. When the rice is cooked, this scene has been maintained until now. Almost half an hour has passed and it hasn't changed at all. Following that, the entire place fell into an eerie silence. Chuju and Mikoto didn't do anything. Wu Yan of course didn't dare to do anything. Remember, this time he forcefully pushed them down. It's already good that they didn't kill him with a knife or an electric shock. That's why this eerie scene has been maintained. Carefully glancing at Chuju and Mikoto, seeing that they still don't want to say anything, Wu Yan can't stand this eerie atmosphere anymore. Chuju, Mikoto, you two should say something. Even though Wu Yan was so righteous when he pushed them down, saying things like, you can hit me or scold me, when it really came down to it, he has to admit that he's scared. Seeing that the two girls didn't say anything, Wu Yan is like a prisoner on death row waiting to be executed. He can't sit still. Silence, more silence. But Wu Yan felt that after he spoke, the atmosphere changed again. After who knows how long, Wu Yan heard a soft murmur. Get out, Wu Yan froze. What? Chuju raised her head and looked at Wu Yan with a blushing face. Her eyes were watery as she pointed at the door and said loudly. Get out. Wu Yan also went silent. After who knows how long, he said in a small voice. Beep beep beep. Before Wu Yan could finish, a crackling electronic sound rang out. Wu Yan's body trembled. Wu Yan didn't even need to use his knees to think to know where the sound came from. Dryly laughing, he didn't say anything else. He looked at Hinajuku and Mikoto and saw that there's only embarrassment and no anger on their faces. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. He quickly nodded and picked up his clothes before exiting the room. After Wu Yan left, the room became silent again. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other with the same complicated emotions in their eyes. After a while, both of them sighed at the same time. The same thought flashed across their minds. Consider me unlucky. When Chuju and Mikoto walked out of the room, they saw the silent and expressionless Ikaro sitting in front of the table. Liren had a smile on her face as she knocked on the table non-stop. Wu Yan was busy placing plates on the table. Chuju Jijia, Mikoto Jijia, you guys are up. Seeing Chuju and Mikoto, Liren happily waved at them. If it wasn't for Wu Yan telling her not to ask about Chuju and Mikoto in the room, Liren would have asked them what they were doing in the room. Ikaros also looked at Chuju and Mikoto. But there was a strange look in her eyes because of Chuju and Mikoto's weird walking posture. Are their feet uncomfortable? A few question marks appeared in Ikaros' mind as she thought blankly. Chuju and Mikoto squeezed out a smile and greeted them. Then they staggered towards the table and sat down very carefully. Come out. At the same time the voice sounded, the smile on Chuju and Mikoto's faces disappeared. Their faces darkened, they turned around and froze. Wu Yan was holding a tray in one hand, his face had an unusually sunny smile. His eyes were squinted into a line, the whites of his eyes couldn't be seen. Combined with his chef attire, he looked unusually fresh and sunny. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other. Looking at Wu Yan who turned into a housewife, they looked at him strangely, as if they wanted to see if he was faking it or not. Just as they were about to say something, they remembered something and turned their heads away with a humph. Wu Yan's sunny smile collapsed, he couldn't keep up the act anymore. Originally, he wanted to get away with it. Sure enough, having a threesome is a dream. Even if the dream comes true, there's a price to pay. Little did he know, he only has himself to blame for this. With a sigh, Wu Yan adjusted his expression and put on a sunny smile again. He walked to the side of the two women and put 2 plates in front of them with a smile. Chuju, Mikoto, you must be hungry as well. I made this especially for you, have a taste. Silence. More silence. The corner of Wu Yan's mouth twitched twice. Looking at the 2 women who didn't even look at him, he chuckled and said again, well, you two must be hungry. Hurry up and eat. This is very nutritious. It's just right for you two to nourish your bodies. Towards the end, a pair of exceptionally sharp gazes shot out from Chuju and Mikoto's eyes, causing Wu Yan's tone to become weaker and weaker. Even his heart felt a little guilty. If it weren't for the redness on their faces, Wu Yan might have already run away. Swallowing hard, Wu Yan turned to look at Mikoto and laughed dryly. Hey, Mikoto, why don't you eat first? I can guarantee that you'll definitely like it. As he said that, Wu Yan opened the lid and gestured for Mikoto to take a look. When Mikoto pretended to look disdainfully at the thing on the plate, she couldn't move her eyes away. Good. Clenching her hands into fists, Mikoto placed them on her right cheek. Her eyes stared at the plate and instantly turned into cat eyes. Yes, the thing on the plate was Wu Yan's specially made, the Gouda-shaped dessert. A victorious smile appeared on Wu Yan's face. Wu Yan smiled proudly. Of course, his face didn't look that proud. How is it? Do you like it? NN. Mikoto didn't hesitate and nodded immediately. Mikoto! Chuju shouted loudly. Her tone had a hint of disappointment, but in Mikoto's world, there was only Gouda left. This made Chuju's face contort in anger. Wu Yan was also speechless. Even though he hoped that Mikoto wouldn't be angry anymore, he didn't expect that one Gouda dessert would solve the problem. This made Wu Yan think of the formula, Mikoto's first night is equal to Gouda. But, at least one of them was taken care of. Turning to look at the angry Chuju, Wu Yan put on a smile again. He walked in front of Chuju and said, Chuju, you try it too. I also specially made your favorite hamburger for you. Lifting the plate in front of Chuju, Wu Yan smiled. Look, this is specially made. Hurry up and try it. Wu Yan looked at Chuju with hope. Looking at Wu Yan's hopeful eyes and the so-called special hamburger on the plate, Chuju's expression changed. She hesitated for a moment before picking one up and taking a big bite. This bite made her eyes light up. She raised the hamburger in her hand and ate faster. Wu Yan let out a big sigh of relief and smiled. This time, it wasn't a fake smile, it was a genuine smile. This means that the two of them have forgiven me, right? Wu Yan thought to himself as he looked at Chuju who was eating the hamburger and then at Mikoto who was staring at the Gouda dessert. Maybe she saw through Wu Yan's thoughts. Chuju stopped eating the hamburger and turned her head away with a humph. While eating, she said to Wu Yan, don't think that I'll forgive you just because of this. Yeah. Mikoto also woke up from the Gouda heaven. She stared at Wu Yan and said hatefully, you want us to forgive you? It's still too early. You'll suffer from it later. Wu Yan immediately cried. Well, this kind of result is worth celebrating. Chapter 113. Supply Town, Floating Plaza. This is the plaza where airships come and go from the supply town. It's similar to the train station or airport in Wu Yan's world. The only difference is that it's not a car or a plane that's parked here, it's an airship. Since the supply town was a supply station set up by the Ailu Empire in the giant beast forest, the airships here came from all over the Ailu Empire. Since there were airships coming from all over the Ailu Empire, it was only natural that there would be airships heading to all over the Ailu Empire. Airships were coming and going, and there was a sea of people here. Normally, this was the supply town's most visited place. Originally, the floating plaza was operating normally, but today, there's a small change. Well, it's not really a change, it's just that there's a small group of people, or more accurately, men, who are constantly looking in one direction. What could it be that attracted the attention of so many men? It's none other than a beautiful woman. Her long pink hair fluttered in the wind. She wore a very ordinary pale yellow dress with a small white jacket. Hinajuku used her hand to rub her hair that was fluttering in the wind, a faint smile hung on her lips. Beautiful. Charming. Her brown shoulder-length hair swayed gently. Unlike Chiju's fresh outfit, Mikoto is wearing a small black shirt with white trim. She's not wearing a skirt but a pair of denim shorts. She's not very tall but her smooth and beautiful legs are exposed. Her arms are crossed in front of her chest and she's wearing an impatient expression. Heroic. Carefree. Her shoulder-length pink hair fluttered softly. Her two long ponytails are hidden behind her back with a red hairband. Her short-sleeved white shirt and pleated skirt look very homely. Even though she's expressionless, one look and you'd want to protect her. Beautiful. Noble. Her long blonde hair fluttered in the wind due to Liren's movements. Her small body was wrapped in a pure white dress. She's always happy no matter when or where she's running around in this small place. Cheerful. Cute. It was this charming, heroic, beautiful, and adorable quartet that attracted the gazes of the men in this corner of the floating plaza. Compared to this group of four, the one standing behind them in a black shirt, black trousers, black hooded jacket, black hair, black eyes, and a lazy expression on his face, Wu Yan is the most inconspicuous of them all. Of course, Wu Yan is well aware of this point. If it were him, compared to men, he would be more than willing to look at beautiful women. That's why, in order to avoid being stabbed to death by the envious and jealous gazes of the other men, Wu Yan stood behind them from the start, playing the role of a bodyguard. It's not that Chiju and the girls need his protection. After all, other than Liren, the other three are all Tier 7 fighters. Whoever messes with them is looking for death. Wu Yan's bodyguard is only doing the job of chasing away those arrogant, rich, and handsome men who came to hit on them. He only showed a little of his skills and those who came to hit on them left dejectedly. A beautiful and cute girl with a Tier 7 fighter as her bodyguard. No matter how you look at it, she must be a disciple of a big family, right? That's why they imagined Chiju and the girls to be disciples of a big family who brought a Tier 7 bodyguard out for fun. It's this setting that made those who wanted to hit on them stop in their tracks. They could only look at them blankly from the side and satisfy themselves with their gazes. If they knew that Chiju and the girls weren't disciples of a big family and that Wu Yan wasn't a bodyguard but the core of this group, they would definitely kill Wu Yan first and then devour the four girls. Of course, by then, they wouldn't be far from death. It has been 3 days since Wu Yan ate Kaishu-sama and Sis Cannon alive. During these 3 days, Wu Yan was very depressed. He was so depressed that he wanted to shout, "Why are you doing this to me?" It hadn't been easy for him to change his profession and eat meat. Wu Yan had thought that his days of happiness would be coming soon. However, he didn't know if there would be any. These 3 days, Wu Yan's life had been extremely miserable. Wu Yan believed that his willpower was pretty good. Although he couldn't become Lu Xiaohui, it wasn't that easy to seduce him. Nowadays, the so-called good willpower is a thing of the past. After tasting meat, he naturally wants to taste it a few more times. How else would he be able to live up to his reputation? Who would have thought that after he pushed her down that day, the president and Sis Cannon would keep rejecting him? Was there any justice in this world? Therefore, during these 3 days, Wu Yan lived a life where he could see but couldn't eat. He couldn't sleep in the middle of the night and could only eat himself. He had lost a few kilograms. Every morning when he wakes up, he would find Ikaros lying on top of him, looking at him as he slept. That figure that's even more voluptuous than Kaishu-sama and railguns, how could he hold himself back when he couldn't get rid of the fire in him? However, every time Wu Yan couldn't hold himself back and wanted to push Ikaros down, the president and cis cannon would jump out from some corner and extinguish all of Wu Yan's desires. During these 3 days, Wu Yan cried. He also knows that Hinajuku and Mikoto are doing this to get back at him for forcing himself on them. That's why he can only accept it. He's just thinking about finding a time to get back at them. Yep, he'll use a special method. Fortunately, after these 3 days, Chuju and Mikoto's anger had subsided a lot. The two women didn't fight with each other because Wu Yan pushed them down at the same time. Instead, their relationship got better. It could be said that they silently agreed with Wu Yan's fickle behavior. After all, even their lives were intertwined. They were fated to be together forever. Instead of fighting each other and not living happily, it was better to get along with each other freely and live a more comfortable life. That way, they wouldn't have to worry about how to get along with each other. Furthermore, Hinajuku and Mikoto felt that Wu Yan's words before he pushed her down made sense to them. If one of them gets together with Wu Yan while the other can only be sad, the two kind-hearted girls couldn't bear to see that happen. They also understood that even though they couldn't stand Wu Yan's fickle behavior, they knew that he was sincere towards them. The two women who were familiar with Wu Yan could still feel it. Therefore, they reluctantly accepted this fact. Of course, they were still angry. Therefore, when he thought of this, Wu Yan cried again. In these 3 days, Wu Yan didn't know how many times he secretly shouted, "I'm going to restore my position as the husband," but he could only treat it as fantasy. After all, he was the one who let Chuju and Mikoto down first. He felt guilty that he couldn't give them all his love, so he could only give them the perfect love. At the same time, Wu Yan despised those who openly opened their crystal palace. Even though his crystal palace was already in its embryonic form, as for why Wu Yan's group of 5 appeared in the floating plaza, it's actually very simple. They decided to go out. Always staying in the supply town isn't the way to go, right? Going to the behemoth forest to level up? That's nonsense. They're all high tier now. How could it be that easy to level up? This time, if it wasn't for the treasure hunt that brought them more and stronger monsters than the one they encountered in the Yamo cave, it's hard to say whether or not Wu Yan could have reached tier 7. Not to mention, Kaishu-sama was only tier 4 at that time. And if they go out, where would they go? In the Spalier world, the 5 of them were unfamiliar with the place and people. Even Liren, who was born and raised in this world, didn't go out much. In the end, the 5 of them decided to send Liren home. Which is to go to Liren's home, Beherl. But Beherl was very far from the supply town, even further than the small Ring Mountain range. So, naturally, they could only choose to take the floating ship. Chapter 114. Beherl, in the Ailu Empire, was a relatively high-class area. Although it couldn't be compared to Malfa Ace, where the #1 family of the empire, the Lori family, was located, it was still a well-known area compared to other small areas with only 1 or 2 families. It has to be said that the floating airships of this world, with the help of those invisible large-scale teleportation circles in the air, were extremely efficient. In Wu Yan's world, who knows how many days it would take to get there by plane, but in the Spalier world, it took less than half a day to get there. After disembarking from the airship at Beherl's floating plaza, little Liren shouted and cheered loudly. Because she knew, she had finally returned to the place where she belonged. Some of the uncles were originally dissatisfied with someone shouting loudly, but when they turned around and saw it was little Liren, their dissatisfaction turned into smiles, making Wu Yan feel a chill in his heart. No matter which world, uncles are creatures that must exist. From the expressions of the surrounding uncles, Wu Yan could see that the uncles of the spalier world also had lowly fetishes. Little Liren, where do we go from here? Chuju held little Liren's hand, squatted down and smiled at her. Seeing little Liren's happy expression, Chuju couldn't help but smile as well. Who would have thought that such a beautiful president with a smile on her face would refuse to get on the floating airship due to her fear of heights when they were resupplying the town? If it wasn't for Wu Yan who couldn't stand it anymore and exchanged for a stabilizing item from the system, the president would have suggested that they walk to Bihurl. Hearing Chuju's words, little Liren was distressed. Although she was born in this place, she rarely went to places far away, so in this relatively large Bihurl, there were many places she hadn't been to. And Bihurl's floating plaza was a place she hadn't been to before. Her little head shook non-stop, trying to remember the location of her home. Her little eyes darted around, trying to remember the floating plaza's location in Bihurl. In the end, little Liren lowered her head. Woo, Liren doesn't know where to go either. Chuju helplessly stroked little Liren's head. If that's the case, it seems like we can only take our time to find them. Ignoring the gazes of those who are jealous of him standing next to the beauties, he looked around and after thinking for a bit, he walked in front of the crowd. Let's walk around first. Maybe we can find a place that the little girl is familiar with. That's true, not sure if it's because Wu Yan said the word stroll, but other than Ikaros, Chuju, Mikoto, and Liren's spirits were lifted. Smiles spread across their faces, making Wu Yan's eyelids twitch. Walking on the street, Wu Yan's group still received 100% of the attention. But this time, Wu Yan didn't ignore their gazes. He thought it would be great if someone could recognize little Liren. However, Hinajiku and the other two seemed to have forgotten about finding a house. They were all looking around at the various shops and stalls, occasionally pointing at certain items with bright smiles on their faces. Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh. Women, Ikaros was the only one who stayed by Wu Yan's side. She scanned the surroundings to see if there's anyone or anything that could threaten Wu Yan. Wu Yan couldn't help but ridicule her again. After walking for who knows how long, Wu Yan felt like he was about to run out of oil. Finally, Chuju spoke up. I'm a bit tired from walking, let's find a place to sit. Straightening his back, Wu Yan came back to life, pointed at a restaurant and said with a smile. There's a restaurant over there, let's go there. Then, without waiting for Chuju and Mikoto to reply, he walked over in big strides, as if afraid that Chuju would refuse. The two adults and one child couldn't help but laugh and followed him. This otherworld's restaurant doesn't look any different from our academy cities. After finding a place to sit down, Mikoto glanced at the restaurant and said so. She dared to speak so loudly, not afraid of being heard by others. Holding a menu, Wu Yan smiled and waved his hand casually. There should still be some differences in the subtle areas. Hinajiku also looked at the street and pedestrians outside the glass window, then turned to look at Liren. Little Liren, can you recognize where this is? Hearing that, little Lin's face fell and she whimpered. Ugh, I still don't know. Well, take your time, no need to rush. Since we're already here, what's there to be afraid of? Pinching little Liren's face, Mikoto said with a smile. That's true, since we're already at the right place, what's there to be afraid of? Although with little Liren's silly look, it's still a bit difficult to find. Under the gaze of everyone in the restaurant, the five of them started chatting, completely unaware that they've become the center of attention. Or maybe they know, they're just used to it and couldn't be bothered. With a straw in his mouth, drinking something similar to fruit juice, Wu Yan leaned back in his chair and looked out the window in boredom. At this time, Wu Yan frowned. What's wrong? On the surface, they've been chatting, but in reality, whether it's Chuju, Mikoto, or Ikaros, they're all focused on Wu Yan, paying attention to his every move. That's why Wu Yan's frown naturally fell into their eyes. Still looking out the window, Wu Yan's frown didn't loosen. He directly said to the girls. Don't you think there's something wrong with the people outside? Chuju and Mikoto looked out the window. Soon, the scene of people rushing in a certain direction fell into their eyes. Wu Yen pondered for a bit and said, "Let's go check it out." Nodding in agreement, the group quickly got up and walked out of the restaurant. Seeing the pedestrians whispering to each other and rushing in a certain direction, Wu Yen quickly grabbed one of them. "Brother, what's going on in front of us? Why are you all rushing in that direction?" You don't know." When the pedestrians saw Wu Yen, he felt that he's a bit of a beast. Using the tone of a pimp, he bragged to Wu Yen as if he's some big shot. Because there are two major forces in Bihurl, the Midobia family and the Iron Dogs mercenary group there. Midobia family. Iron Dogs mercenary group. When he first heard the names of these two forces, Wu Yen was stunned. Not only Wu Yen, even Chuju and Mikoto had the same expression. Iron Dogs mercenary group, isn't that the mercenary group that raised the disgusting dog and kidnapped little Liren to Supply Town? That mercenary group is also here. What does this have to do with you guys running around like this? You guys don't know. Again with this sentence, Wu Yen resisted the urge to punch him. He put on a smiling face and continued to listen. In front, the Midobia family and the Iron Dogs mercenary group are fighting over there. Fighting? Wu Yen slightly stunned, he frowned again. These two forces don't seem to have a good relationship. Connecting the dots between Bihurl, Little Liren's hometown, the Iron Dogs mercenary group and the Midobia family, Wu Yen thought of something, but he couldn't grasp it. He could only thank this hateful pedestrian and let him go. "Yen, that Iron Dogs mercenary group is also here. Should we go and take a look?" Chuju whispered in Wu Yan's ear. "That mercenary group kidnapped Little Liren. If they bring Little Liren there, they don't know if something will happen, so Chuju is a bit worried." "Let's go take a look," Wu Yen said in a low voice. "This Iron Dogs mercenary group must have a purpose for kidnapping Little Liren. This is her hometown. Maybe we can find out something if we go take a look." Looking at Chuju's expression, Wu Yen laughed and held her little hand. "Well, even if something happens, do you think we're scared? Don't forget, you're also a rank 7. Being held by Wu Yen, Chuju blushed. "Who's scared? Let's go." Chapter 115. Bihurl, an empty space in the middle of a street. In the middle of the empty space, there were quite a few people standing there. A group of people with weapons in their hands, looking very aggressive. Another group of people had a very disgusting bald dog by their side, looking very fierce. They were facing each other, but their faces were filled with hostility. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they were from two different groups, and they didn't have a good relationship. More and more people came running over, surrounding them in the middle, pointing and whispering. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they were here to watch a show. At the very front of both groups, there was a person standing at the front. From the looks of it, he should be the leader. One group's leader was a young lad, while the other group's leader was a middle-aged man with a bald dog. At this time, the young leader spoke. "Tigray. If you don't hand over our young miss today, we will not let this go." Hearing that, the middle-aged man with the dog called Tigray couldn't help but laugh out loud. His laughter was full of mockery. He looked at the young leader and sneered, "Who do you think you are to say that to me? Gray would be the one to do it, but with a little guard like you, do you believe that if I kill you, Gray wouldn't even have a word of complaint?" The young leader tightly gripped the sword in his hand, fiercely gritting his teeth, then firmly said, "As long as I can save our young miss, Della, am willing to die." So touching, so admirable, pooh. Spitting a mouthful of saliva on the ground for his dog to lick, Tigray waved his hand. The people behind him all took a step forward, including their dogs. "Just based on what you said just now, I can kill you." Which eye of yours saw your young miss in my hands? How dare you slander me, I'll kill you right now. Humph, as long as you're in Beherl, who doesn't know that the leader of the Iron Dogs mercenary group, Tigray, hates our patriarch Grey to the bone. Every day, you're thinking of swallowing our Midobia family. Other than you, who else would have ideas about our young miss? Hearing Della's words, Tigray's face turned gloomy. Originally, he was afraid that the Midobia family would come knocking on his door, so he wanted to let this kid go, but he didn't expect this guy to be so ungrateful. That guy is dead for sure. A mercenary beside Tigray looked at Della and gloated. He actually dared to touch Commander Tigray's scar. Now, even if Midobia's patriarch comes, he won't be able to save him. Of course, this sentence was just a bluff. His companions standing beside him all knew this, but they were also sure that unless the Grey family head came, the kid in front of them wouldn't be able to escape. Tigray looked at Della and said coldly, "Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Everyone has one." "Yes." "Since you dare to slander me, no matter what, I am still a company leader. If I don't kill you, wouldn't anyone else be able to climb on top of my head? Where would the dignity of my Iron Dogs mercenary company be? Let's see what Grey can do to me." Tigray still said this in a dignified manner. It seems like he's still afraid of that so-called Grey family head. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand. "Kill him." Just as the Iron Dogs mercenary group was about to make their move, a wave of messy footsteps came from the side. Even in such a crowded place, the sound of footsteps could still be heard clearly. Just by listening to it, one could tell that there were definitely a lot of people. Tigray obviously heard it as well. He hurriedly yelled, "Stop," and looked towards the source of the sound. He saw that the surrounding people opened up a path. Then, a strong middle-aged man walked in with a group of people. Seeing this person, Tigray's face sunk while Della's face was filled with joy. "Patriarch. The person who came is the Midobia family's patriarch, Grey Midobia." Tigray saw Grey walking in front of Della. His eyes flashed with a trace of hatred, but he quickly hid it. He raised his hand to signal the mercenaries not to act rashly. Then, he remained silent. Grey glared at Della and scolded, "Do you know what you're doing? Who told you to do this?" Della's face was full of grievances. He knew that even though the patriarch was scolding him, it was actually a show of concern. It's also because of this that he was willing to follow him. But he still wanted to refute. "But patriarch, the young miss must have been," "You shut up." Grey rudely interrupted Della's words. When he heard Della's words, his eyes were also filled with hatred. "Stand aside." "But patriarch." Before he could finish, Della saw Grey's expression and could only step aside. Yes, after settling Della's matter, Grey turned to Tigray. Before he could say anything, Tigray spoke first. "Grey. Looks like you didn't manage your family's dog well." Grey was stunned for a moment before he couldn't help but laugh out loud. His laugh was especially cheerful. He pointed at Tigray and laughed, "Tigray, aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others? Everyone knows that only you Iron Dogs mercenaries raise dogs. Our Midobia family raises humans. You." Tigray's expression was dark as he stared at Grey. Grey's words were obviously mocking their mercenaries for being dogs. But he couldn't refute and could only laugh coldly. "Stubborn Grey, you should know that your family's guard is slandering me. Let's settle this score." Grey stopped laughing and looked at Tigray. "How do you want to settle this?" "Very simple." Tigray laughed sinisterly and pointed at the stunned Della. "Just hand him over to me. Don't even think about it." Grey immediately shouted loudly, causing Tigray to jump in fright. Della, on the other hand, was moved. "You want me to hand him over? Dream on." Not handing him over. Tigray smiled triumphantly as if he had expected this. He's slandering me. If you don't hand him over, does it mean that your Midobia family is protecting him? If so, then let's prepare for war. Otherwise, there's no reason left. Reason? You think Tigray would care about that? Normally when your Iron Dog's mercenary group is acting like a tyrant outside and you're protecting them, why aren't you talking about reason? Almost 90% of the people present felt disdain towards Tigray's words. Of course, they didn't say anything on the surface. After all, compared to the Iron Dog's mercenary group, they're just small fries. Gray also clenched his fist tightly. He's not afraid of war, but he's afraid of Tigray's words. Right now, Tigray is in the right. If he really makes a move, then the reputation that Midobia family has accumulated over the years will be completely destroyed. Change the condition, Tigray. Gray said in a low voice. You should know that I will never hand my people over to you. Tigray obviously knows that Gray won't hand Tigray over to him. That's why he purposely said that. How could Gray not know? When he heard Gray's words, Tigray laughed and pointed at Gray. Since you're Gray, I'll be a little more lenient. As long as you apologize to me, I'll let this matter go. What? Della cried out. He quickly walked to Gray's side and loudly objected. Patriarch, you can't do this. Gray raised his hand and stopped Della from speaking. His face was cloudy and uncertain. How could he not know what Tigray is planning? It wasn't just because Tigray wanted to take advantage of him, but also because if he apologized, the whole of Bihurl would know tomorrow that the patriarch of the Midobia family had apologized to the leader of the Iron Dog's mercenary group. At that time, their family would be at a disadvantage in their confrontation with the Iron Dog's mercenary group. Big powers are all about face. If this face is lost, it'll chill the hearts of many people. But, to ask him to hand over his most loyal bodyguard, how could Gray do it? Just when Gray was about to apologize, a childish voice called out. The owner of the voice is a little girl, but it's this voice that made Gray's whole body tremble. Daddy. Chapter 116. Daddy. In the huge arena where a storm was brewing, time seemed to stop for 2 seconds when this tender voice rang out. For a moment, both sides actually stopped what they were doing at the same time. Gray turned his head towards the source of the voice in disbelief. Just this action of turning his head seemed to have taken him thousands of years to do. He was afraid that this voice was just a hallucination. Along with this call, along with the sound of cheering, a small figure leaped out from the crowd and pounced onto Gray, who was trembling uncontrollably. Daddy. Little Leline hugged Gray and giggled happily. She was like a child who had just returned home. She was innocent, cheerful, and lively. Gray finally realized that this wasn't an illusion. Lirin, it's really you. Where did you run off to? Don't you know Daddy is worried? Gray's eyes were slightly moist, but his mouth was still scolding her. He hugged the petite body in his arms tightly. Only the heavens knew how he managed to survive the days when little Lirin was missing. Only Della, who was beside him, knew that these days, the usually astute clan leader Gray had been sitting in his seat in a daze. The situation that was originally tit for tat, at this moment, suddenly turned into the scene of a reunion between father and son. This caused the crowd to be stunned. Gray's side was in a state of joy, but Tigray's side was completely shocked. How is this possible? Looking at the little girl in Gray's arms, Tigray was completely stunned. Others may not know the whereabouts of the Midobia family's young miss, but he, Tigray, how could he not know? This young miss, he was the one who kidnapped her. Tylee, that bastard. What the hell is he doing? He can't even handle such a small matter, what a waste. Tigray clenched his fist tightly, the veins on his face popped out, proving that he was furious to the extreme. Seeing little Liren come back, he knew that Tai Li's side had lost her. Tigray had completely forgotten about it. Now that the hostage was back, what about Tai Li, who was in charge of the kidnapping? Did he forget about it, or did he not care about it at all? Taking a deep breath, Tigray adjusted his emotions and put on a fake smile and said, "Patriarch Gray, although I'm sorry to disturb you and your daughter's reunion, it seems like our matter hasn't been resolved yet." Gray, who was immersed in the joy of reuniting, finally reacted. But at this moment, Gray held an indifferent attitude. As long as his daughter is back, anything is fine. Tigray looked at Gray's happy face. The anger in his heart couldn't be extinguished. The plan failed. Gray was happy, so of course he wouldn't be happy. "Gray, now that your daughter is back, it's good that I'm innocent. Our Iron Dogs mercenary group wouldn't kidnap someone and then release them, right? Your subordinate has slandered me. If you don't give me an explanation, I will not let this matter rest." Even if the final plan failed, Tigray still intended to bite Gray. Hearing this, Gray put down the little Liren in his arms and stood up to face Tigray. "Okay, I'll apologize now." "Apologize?" Tigray laughed out loud. His laughter was especially ear-piercing, but the anger hidden in his laughter was heard by many people present. A portion of the smart ones had already guessed the cause and effect of this matter, including Gray. As his laughter faded, Tigray raised his weapon and pointed it at Gray and viciously said, "I, the dignified leader of the Iron Dogs mercenary group, was slandered by a subordinate. You want to let this matter go with an apology? Then in the future, anyone can step on my head and let this matter go with an apology. You." Gray was stunned. Even the surrounding people were in an uproar. He was the one who said that he would apologize, and now he's the one who said that an apology won't let this matter go. This is obviously going back on his words. Tigray didn't care what others thought. He only knew that there was a fire burning in his heart. Now that the situation is in his favor, if he doesn't vent this anger, he won't be able to let this matter go. Tigray made a hand gesture and the mercenaries behind him all took out their weapons. The dogs beside him also began to bark. No matter how you look at it, it's obvious that Tigray is trying to show off his strength. Tigray. Gray was also enraged at this moment. He yelled, "Looks like you don't plan to let this matter go. Don't think that I, Gray, am easy to bully." Della, who was beside him, immediately raised his dochi. Previously, because of him, the patriarch almost lowered his head to that despicable person. Della was also furious. At this moment, the one who dared to say that he wants to make a move the most is him. The soldiers on both sides also raised their dochi. A few mages also began to raise their magic. The group of saber-toothed hounds also arched their bodies, ready to pounce at any moment. Just as the two sides were about to engage in a fight, little Liren shrunk her head back in fear. She then leaped away from Gray's side and ran to the side, plunging headfirst into the embrace of an unfamiliar woman. This sudden scene naturally caused both parties to be unavoidably stunned. When they clearly saw the person that little Lilen had leaped into her embrace, they were once again stunned. It was a very beautiful woman with long pink hair. Beside her, there were two equally beautiful women with tea-colored hair and pink hair. Standing in the crowd of onlookers, they were very conspicuous. When the onlookers realized that there were three beautiful women standing beside them, they were all stunned. When they regained their senses, they retreated as if they were afraid of getting into trouble. Only a young man was left standing beside them. Looking at the people on the scene, he smiled faintly. Suddenly seeing beautiful women, Gray couldn't help but be stunned. But no matter what, he's still the head of a family with a wife and daughter. He quickly regained his composure. On the other hand, Tigray's eyes were filled with amazement. Seeing that his daughter was seeking shelter from Wu Yan's group, How could Gray not know little Liren's relationship with Wu Yan's group isn't shallow? Hesitating for a moment, he asked, "And you are?" "Us?" Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros didn't answer Gray's question. Because they were all looking at Wu Yan. From the looks of it, they want Wu Yan to step in. Wu Yan laughed and shrugged. Glancing at Gray, he smiled faintly. "Well, we're just passers-by." "And, passers-by, that's right." For a moment, Gray didn't know how to answer. Chuju and Mikoto couldn't help but roll their eyes at Wu Yan. How could they not know that Wu Yan was being naughty again? Gray has been interacting with people his whole life and he's never seen such an answer like today. For a moment, he felt a little awkward. "Then, this mister, how should I address you?" "Me. I'm called." Hearing that, Wu Yan lowered his head and seriously thought for a moment. Suddenly, he hit his own head as if he suddenly realized something. Right, passers-by don't have any sense of existence. Things like names, authors shouldn't give passers-by. Why am I seriously thinking about what I'm called? I really shouldn't. At this moment, not only Gray, even the real passers-by and Tigray who had their eyes on Hinajuku's trio couldn't help but lose their composure. If it weren't for Gray's good temper, and the other party's good relationship with his daughter, even if Gray didn't hit him, he would have ignored him. Chuju and Mikoto both lowered their heads at the same time and moved a few steps to the side, trying to distance themselves from Wu Yan and pretend not to know him. Afraid of losing face, Wu Yan, on the other hand, just wanted to play and have a little bit of revenge. When Liren threw herself into Kaishu-sama's embrace, everyone was looking at Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros. Standing beside them, he was completely ignored. Even though Wu Yan enjoyed this kind of treatment from the supply town to be hurled, but this little bit of resentment still pierced into Wu Yan's heart. At this time, if he doesn't vent it properly, he'll feel uncomfortable. That's why Wu Yan is very petty. Chapter 117. Maybe she's unhappy that Wu Yan bullied her papa. Liren lifted her head from Hinajuku's embrace and looked at Wu Yan before saying in a sweet voice. "Onie-chan, don't bully my papa, okay?" Hearing that, the surrounding passers-by couldn't help but laugh. This situation is indeed a bit like that, to the point that Gray's expression is one of awkwardness. Wu Yan shrugged, putting away his mischievous thoughts and smiled at Gray. "It's just a joke, don't take it to heart. My name is Wu Yan, beside me are my wives." "Greetings, clan head Gray." "Wives?" As soon as the words left his mouth, someone shouted in disbelief. There were a lot of people, including Midobia's and Iron Dog's mercenaries. "You?" Chuju and Mikoto's face instantly turned red, but they couldn't refute it. After all, it was only a few days ago that they were pushed down. But in front of so many people, calling themselves his wives or whatnot, the shy Kaishu-sama and Sis Cannon couldn't wait to find a place to hide. Looking at Wu Yan's calm face, they gritted their teeth. Of course, from their flushed cheeks, it's obvious that they're more than willing to do so. In their shyness, Chuju and Mikoto forgot that the so-called, "beside me are my wives," this beside me also includes Ikaros. Of course, compared to the blushing Chuju and Mikoto, Ikaros' expression didn't change at all. But if someone were to look closely, they'd notice that there's a ripple of emotion in Ikaros' eyes. As for the surrounding passers-by and the subordinates of the two factions, they're completely Spartan. Looking back and forth between Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros, and then looking at Wu Yan who doesn't look too common, but at least he's the type that wouldn't attract too much attention if thrown into a crowd. Everyone's a little confused. This, no matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like it. However, the three women standing beside him did not refute him. Instead, they even had a bashful look on their faces. It was clear that they acknowledged Wu Yan's words of wife. Therefore, they were jealous. They were envious. They started to hate him. Feeling the envious and jealous gazes of the people around him, Wu Yan curled his lips in disdain. Not to mention how many gazes he had received along the way, he had already reached the realm of being able to ignore them. He himself was also clear that a winner in life had to be baptized. The baptism of gazes was the most superficial kind. It was not like he was going to burn it. What was this brother afraid of? While everyone was silent, Gray laughed heartily and said to Wu Yan, "Young man, your fortune is not bad. Each of your wives are so charming and alluring, it's the envy of others." Hearing this, Wu Yan couldn't help but look at Chuju and Mikoto. He smiled, his eyes filled with tenderness. "Yeah, I've always thought that being able to be with them is my lifetime's blessing." Chuju and Mikoto heard this and couldn't help but look at Wu Yan. Seeing the tenderness in his eyes, they couldn't help but smile. However, their faces were getting redder and redder. They could only continue to lower their heads, not looking at those eyes that were enough to make them sink deeper. You husband and wife's relationship is really good. Also, it seems like my daughter is also under your care. Gray, here, thank you." After that, Gray gave Wu Yan a noble salute. Wu Yan smiled and waved his hand, indicating that he didn't dare. While they were greeting each other courteously, Tigre's expression on the side was getting worse and worse. His sworn enemy actually ignored him and started chatting with another brat who was still wet behind the ears. Anyone with a temper would not be able to endure this. Even Tigre's gaze towards Wu Yan became unfriendly. And the reason for this unfriendliness, other than Gray, is also because of Wu Yan's beautiful wives. Only Tigre himself knows. "Gray. Looks like you really don't put me in your eyes." Seeing that Gray still wanted to chat with Wu Yan, Tigre's anger could no longer be contained as he roared loudly. Gray coldly glanced at Tigre and then said to Wu Yan, "Little bro, I still have some matters to settle here. Wait a moment, I'll have a good chat with little bro to express my gratitude." Under the control of Tigre's anger, he wanted to take a bite out of Gray. But how could Gray just sit there and wait for his death? Being continuously provoked by Tigre, Gray's heart was also on fire. The two of them were fire against fire, so naturally they could only fight it out. Too bad, with Wu Yan here, this large-scale fight is destined not to happen. Wu Yan smiled as he looked at Tigre, his eyes had a trace of coldness. Not to mention that Gray is little Liren's father. Just the fact that this Iron Dog's mercenary group made him unhappy, he didn't plan to just stand by and watch. At the beginning, not only did Tai Li covet his armament, he also coveted Chuju and Mikoto. His ugly personality was exposed. This Tigre and Tai Li are definitely not good people. Plus, he kidnapped little Liren. Wu Yan walked to the stage as if there's no one around. Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros also quickly followed, forming a triangle with Gray and Tigre, causing everyone to be stunned. Wu Yan looked at Tigre, his eyes slightly narrowed. "Leader Tigre, right?" "That's right. It's me." Tigre coldly looked at Wu Yan, as if he wanted to see what kind of trick Wu Yan is playing. Wu Yan nodded and said in a low voice, "Tai Li, who is he to you?" "Tai Li." Tigre's face changed, he thought Wu Yan wanted to denounce him. After all, that little girl from Midobia family was with them. Then, it's very likely that it was Wu Yan's group who saved her from Tai Li's hands. But, there's no proof. What can Gray do to me? You're just a kid, what can you do to me? Tai Li is my little brother. Oh. Is that so? Wu Yan smiled. Just when Tigre thought he was going to expose him, Wu Yan's tone changed. "Leader Tigre, did you know?" Wu Yan looked at Gray with a smile, then his face suddenly darkened and said in a low voice, "Your good little brother once had ideas about my wife." Everyone present was slightly startled, they looked at Tigre in surprise, but Tigre only laughed loudly and said, "Oh?" And then, What do you want? You want to team up with Gray to deal with me? Tigre's face darkened. He coldly said, "Young man, don't be too impulsive. You should know, there are some muddy waters that you can't get involved in." Wu Yan was startled, then laughed again. His laugh was exceptionally happy and cheerful, but there wasn't a trace of a smile in his eyes. "Can I take it that you're threatening me?" Gray was a little anxious. Wu Yan took care of his daughter, and he had a good impression of him. Now that he's saying this in front of Tigre, who has a terrible temper, isn't he afraid that Tigre will cause trouble for him? "So what if I am?" Tigre said with disdain. "Don't tell me you really think you're someone." As soon as he finished speaking, Tigre froze. His entire body froze. An extremely shocked expression appeared on his face. He didn't even dare to move. On his forehead, a drop of cold sweat trickled down and dripped onto the ground. Gray's astute face was filled with astonishment, shock, and a thick sense of disbelief. Della, who was standing beside him, unconsciously loosened his grip, and the sword in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. However, he didn't care about it at all, and was dumbstruck. They were not the only ones. Everyone at the scene was astonished at this moment. The place fell into a dead silence. No one dared to make a sound. What did they just see? They saw that the harmless and smiling Wu Yan had unknowingly appeared in front of Tigre, the incomparably arrogant leader of the Iron Dog's mercenary group. In his hand, he pulled out a thin long knife from who knows where and placed it on Tigre's neck. Cold sweat dripped down Tigre's face. The arrogant expression from before still remained on his face, but he didn't dare to move an inch. Feeling the cold sensation on his neck, and the faint killing intent coming from the smiling Wu Yan, Tigre could only maintain his stiff appearance and stand there. He's scared. The scene was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Chapter 118. Under the gaze of everyone present, Tigre was so ashamed he wanted to die. Anger and resentment rose in his heart at the same time, but he didn't dare to voice it out. Face or life, which was more important? Perhaps to some people, face was far more important than life, but unfortunately, Tigre was definitely not one of them. If he lost his life, what was the point of saving face? Therefore, even though the gazes directed at him made him feel extremely embarrassed, he still did not dare to move an inch. He could feel the sharpness of the weapon against his neck. It was so sharp that he could feel the pain on his skin just by pressing it against his neck. He could feel the killing intent of this guy called Wu Yan standing in front of him. If he didn't cooperate, then he definitely wouldn't be merciful. When that time comes, what face, what Iron Dog's mercenary group, what leader, none of these would be able to protect him. Under the threat of death and the control of the anger in his heart, Tigre had completely lost his ability to judge. So much so that he couldn't see the meaning behind those gazes. What Tigre didn't know was that the gazes of everyone present didn't have any intention of mocking or ridiculing him. There was only shock and disbelief. There were many big and small factions, but there were only two of the biggest, and that was the Midobia family and the Iron Dog's mercenary group. These two factions, in a region with hundreds of factions in Bihurl, were still able to stand at the top. One could only imagine how strong they were. And among these two strongest factions in Bihurl, the leader of the Midobia family, Gray, and the leader of the Iron Dog's mercenary group, Tigre, were undoubtedly the strongest existences in these two factions. In other words, Gray and Tigre were the two strongest people in Bihurl. But today, the incomparably strong leader of the Iron Dog's mercenary group, Tigre, was taken down by a youth who looked to be in his 20s in a single exchange. Are our eyes playing tricks on us? This was the thought that rose in the minds of countless people present. Of course, if Wu Yan knew of this thought, he would definitely laugh out loud, and very happily. Incomparably powerful. If it was me a few days ago, it might have been a bit troublesome, but it definitely wouldn't be a problem to take him down. let alone now that I'm at the 7th step. The so-called strongest faction in Behurl is just that they have a lot of strong people under them. After the trip to the treasure room and seeing the tens of thousands of stone spiders and humans, Wu Yan didn't even put them in his eyes. Even if they can't, he wouldn't mind letting them play with Ikaros for a while. Looking at the sweaty Tigray standing in front of him, Wu Yan curled his lips in disgust. Even Chuju, Mikoto, and the others who were still normal were disgusted. Just a moment ago, he was still so arrogant. But now, with a knife on his neck, his performance was so unbearable. Sure enough, with such an elder brother, there would be such a younger brother. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Those who came from the same nest were really not good people. Commander. Recovering from their shock, the group of mercenaries behind Tigray finally realized what had happened. They held their weapons in their hands as they cried out in alarm, accompanied by the barking of the sharp-toothed hounds. Don't act rashly. Tigray hurriedly shouted at the mercenaries behind him. Hearing their commander's words, the mercenaries could only take a few steps back, helplessly accepting the fact that their commander was being held hostage. Commander, hang in there, we're coming to save you. Tigray didn't feel relieved hearing that. Instead, he was furious. Why didn't you guys shout so loudly when the enemy charged over? I'm being held hostage and all of you were stunned, only reacting after the sun came up. I'd rather count on Gray to put in a good word for me than count on you guys to save me. Tigray was making things difficult for them. Other than Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros, no one else could see Wu Yan's movements clearly. Even he himself couldn't react, let alone these mercenaries who only have a few fifth ear. Wu Yan very elegantly waited for them to finish chatting before he moved the shana in his hand. Looking at Tigray who was shocked by his own actions, Wu Yan smiled. What's wrong? Commander Tigray, didn't you say that I'm not a big deal? Why aren't you continuing? Tigray secretly sighed in relief. Since Wu Yan didn't make a move immediately, it meant that he didn't intend to do anything to him. This more or less calmed him down. But when he heard Wu Yan's words, he pursed his lips and forced himself to say, Lil, what do you want? How could Wu Yan not see through Tigray's act of calmness? Disdainful and amused, he tilted his head and said, It's not what I want, it's what you want, isn't it? You were the one who said it yourself, so what if you threaten me? Tigray choked and glared at Wu Yan hatefully. The situation was beyond his control, he could only say, It's my bad luck that I'm not as good as you. He was just threatening Wu Yan not to get involved in this mess and now he's compromised under Wu Yan's threat. It's ironic, but it's only to the point where Tigray can only admit that he's unlucky. It's impossible for him to say, it's my fault to Wu Yan. Unless Wu Yan really threatened Tigray directly, Tigray could only compromise in order to save his life. But Wu Yan didn't intend to push him too hard. A dog would jump over a wall when cornered. This dog-rearing mercenary group must have understood this principle. Wu Yan smiled and waved his empty hand at Tigray. This casual gesture made Tigray feel strangely angry. Tigray suppressed the anger in his heart and said sullenly, Can you let me go now? Wu Yan nodded indifferently and looked at Tigray's face. I didn't intend to offend Commander Tigray. It's just that Commander Tigray said he wanted to see what kind of person I am, so I showed a few moves. Please don't take offense. Tigray was furious. He felt that he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. He was angry every day, but he'd never been as angry as he was today. Plus, he couldn't vent his anger like he usually did. Then, Wu Yan suddenly acted as if he suddenly realized something and continued, Oh, right, there's also that good brother of yours. You don't have to go look for him. Even if you go look for him, you'll probably only find his corpse. You killed him. Tigray cried out involuntarily. Wu Yan laughed mockingly. Ah, yes. He had designs on my wife. If I didn't kill him, was I supposed to keep him around and waste food? You. Tigray gritted his teeth and stared at Wu Yan. All he saw was Wu Yan's cold gaze. He could only turn his head dejectedly. If he died, then he died. He failed the mission, so he was just a piece of trash. Seeing that Tigray didn't intend to pursue his brother's death, Wu Yan's mocking smile became even wider. As expected, both brothers were animals. Removing Nidan Janna from Tigray's neck, Tigray immediately channeled his Do Chi and jumped back, as if he was afraid that Wu Yan would come and put a blade on his neck again. Wu Yan turned a blind eye to it. He lifted Nidan Janna and twirled his blade around before walking back to Chuju and the others. Looking at Wu Yan's back, Tigray wanted to sneak up and kill him countless times. However, Wu Yan's ghostly figure made him not dare to act rashly. He could only suppress the killing intent in his heart and roar at the mercenaries behind him, "Let's go!" The Iron Dog's mercenaries slowly retreated. The bystanders were afraid of touching the fire. Plus, there was no good show to watch, so they scattered like birds and beasts. Wu Yan brought Chuju and the others to Gray's side. Looking at Gray, who still hasn't recovered from the series of events, Wu Yan was speechless. "You're still the head of a tribe, can't you adapt a little?" Of course, Wu Yan didn't know how it felt to have your lifelong enemy taken down by a 20-something-year-old youth in an instant. If it was someone else, perhaps, they would be even worse than Gray. Chapter 119. Pang. Damn it. Damn it. That little bastard. How dare he? Damn it! Bitter curses resounded throughout the Iron Dog's mercenary group's office, followed by the sound of objects shattering and falling to the ground. Tigray, however, didn't feel relieved at all and flew into a rage in front of the entire mercenary group. Thinking of how he was threatened by an unknown little bastard in front of so many people and was even forced to compromise, Tigray's anger surged. Once he thought of this, his Do Chi flew into a frenzy, destroying everything in front of him. The group of Iron Dog's mercenary group's upper echelons looked at their leader's angry appearance and bowed down timidly, afraid that if they were the slightest bit careless, they would bump into their leader's fire. In the Iron Dog's mercenary group, regardless of whether it was the new or old members, they all knew that once their leader got angry, if they made a small mistake in front of him, they would be tortured to death. And now, they had never seen their leader's anger greater than this time. If they bumped into him at this time, they would only die a horrible death. Therefore, they could only fearfully lower their heads and hope that their leader wouldn't find trouble with them. Once again destroying a table into powder, Tigray's face was gloomy as he panted heavily. Once he saw the cowering appearance of the people below, his anger rose again. "You bunch of rice buckets, none of you are useful. I was held hostage by that little bastard, did none of you think of a way to save me? Ah! What use do you have?" As expected, they were scolded harshly. They could only obediently agree, but their hearts were filled with bitterness. Even the strongest six-step warrior in the mercenary group, Tigray, didn't have time to react and was threatened. What could these fifth and fourth step warriors do? Of course, this could only be said in their hearts, no one dared to complain out loud. They could only face Tigray's saliva and be fiercely scolded by him, hoping that this period of time would pass quickly and not let them suffer anymore. After venting his anger on his subordinates, Tigray finally felt a bit better. However, his expression is still as dark as ever. Without a doubt, he's holding a grudge against Wu Yan. Sitting at the head of the table, Tigray took a sip of water to quench his thirsty throat. He said in a low voice, "How is it? Have you found out the background of that brat?" Hearing this, the group of higher-ups looked at each other and looked at one person. This person could only brace himself and take 2 or 3 steps forward. "See, Commander, we tried everything we could think of to find out where he came from, but not a single person was able to find out where he came from. It was as if he appeared out of thin air, there was no trace of him at all. We could only find out that he had lived in the supply town for 2 or 3 months, and then recently came to Behurl. The more Tigray listened, the darker his expression became. In the end, he simply waved his hand and sent him flying with a palm strike. He crashed into the wall and coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood before fainting. Tigray didn't even look at him as he coldly snorted. Rice bucket. The higher-ups swallowed their saliva and laughed bitterly. They had already guessed this result when they received the investigation report from their subordinates. They could only rejoice that no one had died yet. At this time, the atmosphere in the Iron Dog's mercenary group's office was extremely stifling. Everyone looked at the gloomy Tigray sitting at the head of the table and could only lower their heads in silence, fear in their hearts. Tigray's eyes flashed with a trace of venomous resentment. He was not willing to accept this. He had fallen so hard in front of this abominable brat who came out of nowhere. By now, the entire Behurl probably knew that he, a warrior of the 6th step, had become a powerless character. With Tigray's temper, of course he wouldn't let it go so easily. If he didn't vent this anger, he felt that he would never be able to eat or sleep well for the rest of his life. But what could he do? Even if he was furious, he had to admit that he hadn't discovered the opponent's strength. He had been taken down in the blink of an eye. From this, it could be seen that the opponent was definitely stronger than him. Tigray was confident that even if a peak 6th rank warrior was in front of him, he would still have the confidence to fight him. He himself was only a little bit away from the peak 6th rank. And since the opponent could take him down in an instant, even if he had been careless and the opponent's sneak attack, there was no doubt about the opponent's strength. Then, that brat was most likely a 7th rank warrior. Tigray's face turned extremely ugly at this thought. He didn't want to admit that a 20-something-year-old had actually reached the level he himself hadn't reached yet. But he had to admit that to be able to take him down in an instant, a 6th rank warrior was definitely impossible. It could only be a 7th rank. 7th rank. Why couldn't a 20-something-year-old 7th rank warrior's origin be investigated? To be able to reach the 7th rank at such a young age, it was impossible for him to be unknown in the Ailu Empire. Why? If he was a descendant of a big family, then it was impossible for him to not investigate his origin. How many of the children from the big families could reach the 7th order at such a young age? Now that there was such a genius in their family, they couldn't wait to push him out and fiercely promote him to strengthen their family's reputation, expand their influence, and expand their sphere of influence, developing and growing stronger. Therefore, Tigray concluded that the opponent was definitely not someone from a big family. Not someone from a big family. Then he must be a commoner. A commoner who reached the 7th rank in his 20s. Tigray felt that it was inconceivable. But other than this explanation, there was no other explanation. Tigray could only accept this fact. But even if he was a commoner, to have such talent, it was impossible for him to be unknown. He needed to gain experience, he needed to travel around. Those who came in contact with him, there was definitely someone who noticed his talent. Even if some big family saw him, they would definitely try to recruit him. But Wu Yan was just like that. No origin, no trace, only a report of him living in a supply town for 2 to 3 months. Could it be that he only came to this world 2 to 3 months ago? Tigray didn't know that the thought that flashed through his mind was the truth. The more Tigray thought about it, the more he couldn't understand and the more irritated he became. He angrily slammed the table, leaving a palm print on the hard surface. He roared. Could it be that I, Tigray, can only admit defeat and do nothing? Even though his Iron Dog's mercenary group has a lot of manpower and influence, and even if they were to face a 7th rank warrior, he was confident that he would be able to overwhelm him. However, the problem was that the other party was so close to the little girl from the Midobia family. The Midobia family would definitely not let the other party be bullied by them. Moreover, even if this relationship wasn't taken into account, Gray wouldn't mind adding insult to injury when he was facing a 7th-step warrior. With the help of a 7th-step warrior, when the time comes, the Iron Dog's mercenary group's chances of surviving against them would be nil. It's because of this that Tigray couldn't decide whether to fight or not to fight. That's why he was so angry. When the higher-ups heard Tigray's words, they could only remain silent. Only one of the higher-ups' eyes suddenly lit up, smiling mischievously as he came to Tigray's side. "Leader, actually, it's not like there's no way to deal with them." "Oh." Tigray looked at him suspiciously. "You? What method can you think of?" That person respectfully said. "Leader Tigray, according to the report from our subordinates, not long later, a disciple from a big family will pass by our Bihurl. At that time, he should be resting in Bihurl for 2 to 3 days. If we can get close to this big family, then they will definitely help us vent our anger." "You're telling the truth." Tigray's eyes lit up. "That big family, is it worth it for us to get close to them?" "Definitely. Leader, the opponent is our Ailu Empire's #1 family, the Lori family." "Lori family?" Tigray laughed excitedly. "Ha ha ha ha, with the #1 family's help, what's a 7th rank? What's the Midobia family? Great, let's do it." Chapter 120. Just when the Iron Dog's mercenary group was happy that they found a way to deal with Wu Yen and the Midobia family, a sneaky silhouette appeared in the Midobia family. It was already night time. There were people patrolling everywhere in the Midobia family. However, this silhouette seemed to have entered a deserted area, dodging one patrol after another with extreme speed and hiding in the shadows. Very quickly, he arrived at a room not far from the Midobia family. Hearing the faint sound of breathing coming from the room, he smiled with satisfaction and walked out from the shadows. If the patrolling personnel saw this person at this time, they would definitely be surprised. Because this person was the young warrior that the patriarch of the family solemnly invited today to save the young miss of the family. That's right, this person is Wu Yen. Today, after being in the limelight and intimidating the feared leader of the Iron Dog's mercenary group, Wu Yen came to the Midobia family under the invitation of Gray, who was still in disbelief. After explaining why little Liren was with them, Gray was furious on the spot and declared that he would not let the Iron Dog's mercenary group off so easily. Moreover, he was deeply grateful to Wu Yan's group. Especially after finding out that Wu Yan is a Tier 7, Gray became even more happy. He's happy that his daughter is acquainted with such a strong and talented individual. He's also happy that his family is able to have a relationship with such a strong individual. Of course, Wu Yan is the only one who exposed his strength. Hinajuku, Mikoto, and Ikaros didn't, so they were treated like normal people. Otherwise, if Gray knew that there was a 7th stage and 2 8th stage warriors on his side, he would definitely pinch his thigh until it turned blue. After that, Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros stayed at the Midobia family's residence under Gray's persuasion and little Liren's tearful pleading. As for why Wu Yan would sneak out in the middle of the night, that would require a good explanation. This was because Wu Yan wasn't here to steal, nor was he here to steal information, nor was he here to assassinate someone. Since the Midobia clan didn't do anything to offend him, he naturally wouldn't do anything. The reason why he sneaked in was because he wasn't here to be a thief or an assassin. He would never harm the people in the room. Because the room in front of him is Mikoto's room. Sneaking into Mikoto's room in the middle of the night, what he wants to do, that's Sima Zhao's intention, everyone knows. Other than being a rapist, what else could he be doing here? It was also hard on Wu Yan. After eating meat, he was restrained. He had just gotten rid of his virgin identity. No matter what, Wu Yan did not want to stay in a room alone. It's been 3 to 4 days, Kaisha-sama and Sis Canon shouldn't be that angry anymore, right? Plus, this was someone else's house, they would definitely be restrained, afraid of waking up unrelated people. Wu Yan's chances of success were still very high. As for why he chose Sis Canon and not Kaisha-sama. Simple, because Kaisha-sama and little Liren were the closest, so she was asked to sleep with her. Since Kaisha-sama went to sleep with little Liren, then Sis Canon would naturally sleep with him. Holding the door handle with familiarity, he activated his power. The door opened at the same time as lightning flashed. Wu Yan sneakily looked around before entering the room like a rapist. Who is it? Just as Wu Yan entered the room, a delicate voice called out. However, the voice was soft and weak. Compared to the shouts of people who had discovered a rapist, it was filled with shyness. Wu Yan jumped in fright. He thought he made sure to minimize the sound of his footsteps. Even a Tier 8 Mikoto would have to wait for him to get close to her before noticing him. How did he get discovered as soon as he came in? And that soft voice, no matter how you listen to it, it sounds like she's shy. Did Sis Canon know I would come? Of course, Wu Yan did not know. Because he had the same superpower as Mikoto, even the electromagnetic waves he emitted were the same as Sis Canon's. Thus, the moment she entered the room, Mikoto found another individual who has the same electromagnetic waves as her. Other than the sisters that Wu Yan mentioned, the only other person who has the same electromagnetic waves as her is Wu Yan, who has the same superpower as her. As mentioned before, Sis Canon is smart enough to know what Wu Yan is up to by barging into her room in the middle of the night. Thus, due to her shyness and the fact that she's afraid of making too much noise, she changed her tone to a softer one. Wu Yan could not figure it out, so he threw it away and walked towards Mikoto. It's me, Mikoto. What are you doing here? Hurry up and get out. She knew what he came here for, but it's precisely because she thought of it that Mikoto got so shy that her face turned red. She shrunk her body further into the bed as she purposely yelled at him with a stern voice. Wu Yan looked at the shy Mikoto and felt a surge of excitement. As expected, I am a pervert. After lamenting in his heart, Wu Yan walked over with a grin and sat beside the bed, looking at the blushing Mikoto. Mikoto, what do you think I'm here for? Is your head filled with that kind of stuff? This is someone else's house. She just lost her virginity 3 days ago, which means this is Mikoto's second time. Tsundere Sis Canon naturally couldn't get used to Wu Yan's teasing no matter what. Besides, this is someone else's house, how could she get used to it? However, Wu Yan had made up his mind to ignore Sis Canon's words. Looking at Mikoto's bashful face, Wu Yan could no longer hold it in. Mikoto screamed in surprise as he flipped her over and pressed her under his body. Caught off guard by the sneak attack, Mikoto felt the weight on her body and her whole body soften. Stop. Don't. Wu Yan chuckled and ignored Sis Canon's pleas, blocking all her words with one action. Ugh. Although it was not the first time she kissed Wu Yan, Mikoto still felt dizzy. She could feel her tongue being captured quickly. She could only make bugged sounds, forgetting all about her superpowers and subconsciously acknowledging Wu Yan's actions. Wu Yan did his best to carry out his task. Tears were streaming down his face. Finally, there is meat to eat. Very quickly, under Mikoto's feeble resistance, Wu Yan took off all of Sis Canon's clothing and stripped her down like a little lamb. Then, under her feeble resistance, he caressed her soft breasts and started massaging them. Ugh. Mikoto couldn't help but moan when her private parts were being grasped. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. She could only raise her hands to cover her face, but her moans continued. Wu Yan practiced Tai Chi on Mikoto's body while taking off his own clothes. He smiled and teased, Mikoto, did you notice that this part of yours is a little bigger? Really? Mikoto discreetly put down the hand that was covering her face. She blushed and asked in a small voice. Looks like Wu Yan's words gave her a pleasant surprise. Looks like all girls care about their size, especially flat-chested girls like Sis Cannon. Although, no matter the size, Wu Yan likes them all the same. Of course, it's all thanks to me. Wu Yan tried his best to recommend himself. So, we should do this more often, that way it can become bigger. Who wants that, to become bigger? Ugh. I don't want to. Ugh. Do it with you. Ugh. You're not being honest. Wu Yan reached a hand under Mikoto's body and the sound of water could be heard. Your body is more honest than you, Mikoto. No. Mikoto pleaded weakly. Then, she felt Wu Yan enter her body forcefully. She moaned softly and immersed herself in the pleasure that Wu Yan brought her. The night is still long. Chapter 121. On this day, there were quite a number of people standing at the entrance of the Midoriya family. There were both men and women among these people, but the aura on their bodies was quite strong. It was obvious that without exception, all of them had unique skills, and were either warriors or mages who had achieved success in their cultivation. There are 4 people, 2 men and 2 women, standing in front of these people. One of the women has a beautiful head of long silver hair, wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Her voluptuous breasts hold up her clothes, as if they would burst out of her clothes at any time. Her figure is very tall and hot, her delicate face is gentle and serious at the same time. She holds a long sword in her hand, with one look you can tell she is a female warrior. The other woman is not as mature as the former. Her pretty face has a hint of immaturity, she still looks very young. Her long black hair is like a waterfall that hangs behind her head. Although her voluptuous breasts are not as big as the former, they are still quite large. Although she is wearing a long robe, it can't cover it up. Both women are equally beautiful. As for the man, he is wearing a magician's robe, standing behind the 2 women. His handsome face also has a hint of immaturity, he also looks very young. However, his eyes are on the black-haired woman in front of him, there is a blurred look in his eyes, as if there is nothing in this world that can attract his attention more than this girl in front of him. As for the other man, it was obvious that he was the oldest of the 4. Compared to the 3 who were still in their youth, this man was a middle-aged man. His appearance was not considered ugly, but there was a trace of viciousness between his eyebrows, which greatly ruined his image. Moreover, he had a bald dog by his side, which made him the one with the worst image among the 4. And he is Tigray. If Wu Yan was here, then he would realize that among the 4 leaders, other than the pretty boy, he knows the other 3. The silver-haired beautiful woman with a long sword is Fei Fei. The young girl with long black hair dressed as a magician is Wu Yan's first friend in the Spalier world, Lulu. At this moment, under the protection of a large group of people behind her, Lulu pouted her lips and puffed up her cheeks. She muttered something unhappily and did not restrain her voice at all. What is this? So many people are blocking my door. It's as if they're here to bully me. It's really uncomfortable. Hearing this, Fei Fei, who was standing beside Lulu, could not help but frown. It seemed that she was also rather unhappy with such actions. I don't like this kind of thing either. Hearing Lulu and Fei Fei's words, the young man standing behind them could only helplessly say, I know that Miss Lulu and Miss Fei Fei don't like such big movements, but in any case, they did fulfill their duties as the host yesterday and treated us in every possible way. Since that's the case, it's only right for us to help them with a small request. Anyway, it's just a small family. If the 2 misses don't like it, it's fine if you don't participate. Ah, you said it. Lulu immediately said happily, then I won't participate. That's only natural. At this moment, Tigray, who had been sneering at the Midobia family's door, finally spoke up. He walked in front of Lulu fawningly and smiled. Miss Lulu Plum is of noble status. Naturally, you can't act together with us servants. Originally, the Iron Dog's mercenaries thought that the one who came to be her was just a small figure from the Lorry family. Who would have thought that after seeing the person, they would be shocked to find out that the one who came was actually the only daughter of the Lorry family, the daughter of the head of the Lorry family. How is this a small figure? It's clearly a big deal. Thus, after the initial excitement, Tigray worked even harder to curry favor with Lulu. With this big tree, don't even mention the Midobia family, even if there were 10 more, Tigray would not care. And if he was lucky enough to catch her eye, perhaps the Iron Dog's mercenaries would be able to make friends with the Lorry family in the future. When that time comes, he would really have a meteoric rise. Tigray even thought about finding a young, promising, and handsome man to try and woo the beloved daughter of the Lorry family. If he really succeeded, then wouldn't he be able to get whatever he wanted? Unfortunately, he could see that the pretty boy following the eldest daughter of the Lorry family also had feelings for her. Thus, he temporarily put away those thoughts. After a few days of doing his best to curry favor and entertain, Tigray took the opportunity to ask Lulu and the others to help him deal with the Midobia family and Wu Yen. Since Tigray did his best to entertain them, the Lorry family could not refuse. Moreover, the Midobia family was only a small family in their eyes. Thus, the young magician agreed. It seemed that other than Lulu and Feifei, he was the Lorry family's #1 leader this time. Of course, when Lulu and Feifei heard about this, they were very dissatisfied. The two girls were not people who bullied others using their family's power. The two girls did not like to bully others using their family's power and influence to bully others. But since they had already agreed, as the #1 family in the kingdom, of course they could not go back on their words. They could only helplessly lead the team here, which led to the current situation. Lulu did not like this kind of work to begin with. Now that there was a chance to watch, she was naturally happy to do so. She could not wait to agree on the spot. Feifei also seemed to be a little moved. After all, Feifei also did not like this kind of work. It would be best if she could not participate. Tigray, who was beside her, saw the change in Feifei's expression and hurriedly said, "The Midobia family has a level 7 fighter. None of us here are a match for him. So, we would like to ask for Miss Feifei's help." Feifei could only helplessly give up on the idea of watching. She nodded impatiently, but there was a little bit of anticipation in her heart. Although she did not like this operation, but according to Tigray, the level 7 fighter in the Midobia family was about the same age as her. Feifei grew up in the Lorry family. Because her talent was too good, she was heavily nurtured by the Lorry family. She reached level 7 at the age of 20 and became one of the top geniuses in the Ailu Empire. As the #1 family in the Ailu Empire, Feifei had seen many level 7 fighters. But a level 7 fighter of the same age as her, Feifei had not seen many of them. So, when she heard that there was a level 7 fighter of the same age as her nearby, Feifei wanted to meet him. Of course, she also had the intention to compete with him. Let's hope he's not an annoying fellow, Feifei thought in her heart. Feifei had seen a lot of people who relied on their talent to be better than others. These kinds of people were the ones she hated the most. So, she hoped that the other party would be someone who could surprise her. What Feifei didn't know was that she was destined to be surprised today. In the Midobia family, Gray was sitting on the main seat in the main hall with a document in his hand. Beside him, Della was holding his sword and standing straight, playing the role of the leader of the guards. "Patriarch, something bad has happened." Gray frowned, but he also knew that if it wasn't a serious matter, these guards wouldn't be so impulsive. Thus, he could only look at the guard who just came in and said in a low voice, "Let's go, sir." "Sir. What's wrong? Why are you in such a panic? What's wrong?" "Patriarch." The guard reported to Gray with a face full of panic. Outside the door, Tigray brought the Iron Dog's mercenaries and came looking for us. Tigray. Gray was furious, he slammed the table and stood up. "I didn't go looking for him, but he came looking for me first. Just in time, I'll have to settle the score with him." The guard didn't hide the panic on his face and continued, "Patriarch, it's not just the Iron Dog's mercenaries, they also found helpers." "Helpers?" Gray furrowed his brows. It wasn't like he didn't have this kind of helper before, but those small clans didn't have any effect on him. Tigray should be aware of this as well. What kind of helpers did they find? The guard looked at Gray and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. They found people from the Empire's #1 family, the LoveLore family." "What did you say?" Gray lost his voice. Chapter 122. LoveLore family. How could this be? Gray felt his head spinning. What is the LoveLore family? In the entire Ailu Empire, or even the entire Spalier world, there's no one who doesn't know of them. That's the #1 family of an empire. Other than the Ailu, Thea, and Baruba Empire's royal families, the other two empires' #1 families could stand shoulder to shoulder with them. That's the #1 family of an empire. If the three empires are said to be the strongest forces in the world, then excluding the empires themselves, the #1 families of the three empires are the strongest forces in the world. The Midobia family was not small. In Dihurl, other than the Iron Dog's mercenary group, the Midobia family was the strongest family. However, this strength was nothing in front of the Empire's #1 family. Let's not talk about the others. Within the Midobia family, the strongest is Gray himself, a rank 6 warrior. However, within the LoveLore family, there are at least 1,000 people of that rank. It's not that a 6th order warrior is worthless, it's just that the LoveLore family is too strong. In the entire family, there are close to 1,000,000 5th order warriors and below. In this million, there are only 1,000 6th order warriors. This ratio shows just how precious a 6th order warrior is. Yet the LoveLore family is able to recruit more than 1,000 6th order warriors. This is the strength of the #1 family of the empire. Therefore, in the eyes of the LoveLore family, a 6th order warrior is considered average. Only a 7th order warrior can enter their eyes. Such a powerful family, if they want to deal with a small family like him who doesn't even have a 7th order warrior, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? Gray couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Now that the Iron Dogs can invite the LoveLore family to help them, with Tigray's personality, there's no way he will let the Midobia family go. The Midobia family, this is the end, Gray laughed bitterly. Who can he blame? He could only blame himself. A few days ago, he had received news that the LoveLore family had come to Dihurl. However, he did not contact them as much as possible to avoid unnecessary trouble. That was why he did not contact them. Who would have thought that the Iron Dog's mercenary group would have the LoveLore family? Seeing Gray's sorrowful expression, Della couldn't help but walk to his side and support him. Patriarch, now is not the time to despair. Even if the LoveLore family came with the Iron Dog's mercenary group, things still have a chance. Patriarch, you can't give up until the end. Hearing this, Gray roused his spirits and gritted his teeth. Yes. You're right. We still don't know what's going on. It's too early to despair. Let's go take a look at the situation first. What's the situation? As soon as Gray's words fell, a voice rang out. Gray and Della looked towards the direction of the voice. There, Wu Yen walked out with Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros and little Liren. Feeling that the atmosphere in the hall was not right, Wu Yen curiously looked at Gray and asked, "What's wrong?" "Patriarch Gray, it seems like you're not in the right mood." Gray went silent and suddenly grabbed Wu Yan's hands. "Little brother Wu Yen, Gray, would like to ask you for a favor." The sudden action startled Wu Yen. If it wasn't for Gray's serious expression, Wu Yen would have sent him flying with a kick. Hearing the meaning behind Gray's words, Wu Yen frowned. "Patriarch Gray, what's going on? What is it that made you beg me for help?" Gray bitterly smiled and shook his head. "My Midobia family might be facing a great calamity soon. So, I want to ask you, little brother Wu Yen." Gray hesitated for a moment, then looked firmly at Wu Yen and said, "If something happens later, please take Liren and leave this place." Wu Yen and the rest were shocked. Little Liren was even more shocked. She flew to Gray's side and clutched his clothes tightly. "Daddy, Liren won't go. Listen to me." "Liren," Gray scolded. "Today, you must listen to me." No. I won't go. Wu Yen raised his hand to stop the father and daughter duo from acting out such a scene. He looked straight at Gray. "Patriarch Gray, what's going on?" Gray sighed deeply. "The Iron Dog's mercenary group came to our door." Hearing this, Wu Yen didn't move. He continued to look at Gray. He knew that just the Iron Dog's mercenary group wouldn't be able to make Gray act so unbearably. There must be more to it. They found help from the Ailu Empire's #1 family, the Lori family. This time, they might really want to eradicate my Midobia family. Lori family. Wu Yen frowned. This so-called Lori family, isn't it Lulu's family? That's right. Gray said to Wu Yen. Although I don't know if the Lori family is here to help the Iron Dog's mercenary group, but, just in case. That's why I want you to help me take care of my daughter. Please, little brother Wu Yen. Gray wanted to bow to Wu Yen, but Wu Yen grabbed his shoulder and stopped him from bowing. He smiled and said, "Patriarch Gray, you said it yourself, they might not be here to help the Iron Dog's mercenary group. So, let's not talk too early. How about this, I'll accompany you to take a look." "What?" "No." Gray quickly objected. "If you guys go out and something happens, what should we do? Don't worry, if something really happens, even if we can't win, we'll still be able to escape." Although Wu Yan didn't want to offend the Lori family, after all, it's Lulu's family. But this matter concerns little Liren and her family, Wu Yan can't just ignore it. Moreover, even if he can't, there's still Ikaros and Mikoto. With these two tier 8, the Lori family won't be able to do anything to them, right? Unless it's the previous patriarch of the Lori family that Feifei mentioned before, Lulu's grandfather, who can stop them. If it doesn't work, I'll just F***CK them. Wu Yan realized that every time something happens, he's always thinking about F***CK them. This isn't a good sign. Now that he's a tier 7, he can be considered strong. How can he let himself F***CK them whenever something happens? If it becomes a habit, then it'll be troublesome because it means that he doesn't believe in his own strength. If a person doesn't believe in his own strength, then what courage does he have to face stronger opponents and take another step forward? Although there's the system and he can level up as long as there's monsters to kill, but this is an issue of mentality and state of mind. Wu Yan secretly made a decision. In the future, he won't use resplendent breath unless it's a critical moment. This is to remind himself that he can't rely too much on external items. Of course, Wu Yan doesn't want to set such restrictions on Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros. They're much more important than him. If they get hurt accidentally, he'll be heartbroken. How can this be? What if? Don't keep thinking about what if, Patriarch Gray. Wu Yan patted Gray's shoulder and said with a smile, everything has a bad side and a good side. Don't keep thinking about the bad side. Sometimes you have to think about what if, but if you think about what if for everything, then what's the use of feeling? Seeing Gray's hesitant face, Wu Yan softly persuaded him. Well, don't worry. As long as you believe in us, it'll be fine. At least, I'm confident in staying alive. Gray lowered his head and thought about it. After a while, he sighed. All right, but you have to promise me. If a fight really breaks out, you have to remember to bring Lin Lin. Seeing that Liren still wanted to say something, Gray glared at her. Liren pouted her lips in grievance. Don't worry. It'll be fine. The group walked towards the gate. On the way, Wu Yan suddenly thought. If the person who comes is Lulu, then it'll be fun. Chapter 123. Midobia clan's main gate. Perhaps the news of the Iron Dogs mercenary group coming to the Midobia clan was leaked. Originally there were only the Iron Dogs mercenary group and the Lori family here, but now, there's a crowd that's no less than the former. From time to time, cries of surprise could be heard from the crowd. That's because they knew that the number one family of the empire, the Lori family, was among the people who came to the Midobia clan. Hearing the cries and whispers from the crowd, Tigre's face couldn't help but reveal a proud expression. As long as today's news reaches the entire Bihurl, then the Iron Dogs mercenary group's reputation will be even greater, even stronger. Contrary to Tigre's proud expression, Lulu and Feifei's faces were tense. They already hated this job, and the more people know about it, the more they hate it. As for the young gigolo, he just stood there indifferently, as if he didn't care about anything. His eyes were still on Lulu. At a certain moment, the Midobia clan's main gate finally opened. Seeing this, the crowd quieted down. Because they know, what's coming next is the climax of the matter. Not long after, the scene of Gray leading his tribesmen and guards appeared in front of everyone's eyes. But what surprised everyone was that standing at the front, it wasn't just Gray, there was also a young man, 3 beautiful girls, and a cute little girl. When they saw the young man, Lulu and Feifei were stunned. Tigre saw this and retracted his proud expression, turning it into a cold smile. Gray, you're finally willing to show yourself. I thought you wouldn't dare to come out. Gray didn't say anything, but Wu Yan who was standing beside him noticed. He clenched his fist tightly. Looks like Gray's heart isn't as calm as he looks. If it was anyone else, the result would be the same, as long as they see the lineup in front of them. As for the number of people, there's no need to count. Using his Do Chi and magic senses, Gray can feel that in this group of people, other than Tigre, there are 10 others who are about the same level as him. In other words, what he had to face next were 10 stage 6 powerhouses who were as strong as him, or even stronger than him. Not only that, among the 4 people standing at the front, there was a beautiful woman with silver hair, Gray. Since he couldn't sense her exact strength. Under normal circumstances, if a person couldn't sense the specific strength of another person, then there were only 2 situations. One was that the other person cultivated some special method that concealed his own Do Chi and magic power. The other was that the other person's strength far exceeded his own and he didn't have the ability to sense it. Gray could feel a sense of danger from the beautiful silver-haired woman. Therefore, he concluded that the situation of this person before him should be the second type. That was also to say that the other party was a Tier 7 powerhouse. Gray laughed bitterly in his heart. Although he had already expected such a situation, how could the Lori family not have a Class 7 powerhouse? But when he really faced it, he realized that he had been hoping for a fluke all along. What he didn't know was that fluke was completely unnecessary. Today, it was destined to be a farce. Lulu and Fei stood at the front of the crowd, such a conspicuous place. How could Wu Yan not see them? Looking at the two familiar figures, Wu Yan was stunned for a moment, then he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Before coming here, he was still thinking that if the people he met were Lulu and Fei, then it would be fun. He didn't think that he would actually meet them today. After regaining his senses, Wu Yan looked at the high-spirited Tigray, the corners of his mouth widening into a smile. His smile was filled with playfulness. If Tigray knew that he was acquainted with Lulu and Fei, what kind of expression would he have? Wu Yan was suddenly filled with anticipation. Thus, his eyes turned and an idea came to his mind. He quickly put on a serious expression and followed behind Gray, walking towards Tigray and the others. Looking at the four people in front of him, Gray directly ignored Tigray and asked the other three, "You three are?" Gray's disregard angered Tigray. Hearing Gray's words, Tigray sneered a few times and said, "The identities of the lords are honorable. Although it's not something you can know, let me tell you. I just hope you won't be scared." After saying that, Tigray pointed at the young pretty boy. This one is the direct disciple of the Lorry family head. He's also a genius that the head of the Lorry family personally bestowed with the surname Lorry, Lord Hughes Lorry. Gray's body trembled slightly. At first, he thought that the one who came was just a small figure from the Lorry family. He didn't expect it to be the direct disciple of the head of the Lorry family. On this point, he had the same thought as Tigray. Gray's expression changed. Of course Tigray saw it. After a triumphant smile, he pointed at Fei. This one is also the direct disciple of the head of the Lorry family. She entered the family earlier than Lord Hughes. She's also the guardian of the head of the Lorry family's only child, Lord Fei Lorry. Tigray continued to point at Lulu, the smile on his face widened. As for this one, she's the only daughter of the head of the Lorry family, the eldest daughter of the Lorry family, Lilu Mei Lorry. As Tigray introduced them one by one, Gray's heart started to feel bitter. When he heard the words "the only daughter of the Lorry family," the bitterness in his heart intensified. The direct disciple of the Lorry family. Only daughter. Forget about him. Even if it was any other family in the Ailu Empire, they wouldn't dare to offend her. This kind of person wants to touch the Midobia family. Gray felt bitter inside, but he still bowed to Fei, Lulu and Hughes. The head of the Midobia family, Gray Midobia, greets the three of you. Tigray was about to use Gray's authority to scold him for not addressing them as Lord when Fei and Lulu noticed that the Wu Yan standing beside Gray was the Wu Yan they knew. Whether it was Lulu or Fei, both of them were overjoyed to see Wu Yan. Especially Lulu. As the only daughter of the Lorry family, Lulu could be said to be the center of attention. In the entire Ailu Empire, other than the princesses of the royal family, who else could compare to her life? But it was this kind of life that allowed Lulu to transcend the ranks of the commoners. The people around her, regardless of gender, all of them had some sort of interest in them, especially the men. Lulu may be a little young, but her looks are truly devastatingly beautiful. Even Chuju and Mikoto paled in comparison to her. Only Ikaros could surpass Lulu in terms of looks. With this kind of appearance and background, who wouldn't want to embrace Lulu in their arms? As long as they could win Lulu's heart, then not only would they would also gain the Lorry family. After all, the Lorry family only has one direct descendant. In the future, if Lulu doesn't become the head of the Lorry family, then it would be Lulu's husband becoming the head of the Lorry family. The head of the Empire's #1 family, just thinking about it is enough to make people drool, right? Because of this, Lulu didn't have a single true friend. Other than the few people who could compare to her in the world, there wasn't a single male among them. However, a few months ago, Lulu got to know the first person in her life who is worthy of being her friend. That person is Wu Yan. Lulu will never forget that day in the Behemoth Forest, when she met Wu Yan for the first time. In his eyes, other than admiration, there wasn't any greed or lust that other men have. That's why Lulu treated Wu Yan as a true friend. Of course, it's only at the level of a friend. Seeing Wu Yan again, Lulu's surprise is unimaginable. Seeing Lulu's expression, Wu Yan suddenly jumped out, pointed at Lulu and shouted. "Which? Are you the one who wants to mess with our Midoriya family? This guy is messing around again." That's Chuju and Mikoto's first thought. Chapter 124. Which? You're the one who wants to mess with our Midoriya family. Time came to a standstill as Wu Yan continued his speech. Lulu was stunned, her originally happy face froze just like that. She didn't know what Wu Yan was trying to do. Feifei was stunned, she didn't know what was going on, she didn't know why things would develop like this, she didn't know how to react for a moment. Gray was stunned, then he started to get anxious. He didn't know what Wu Yan was trying to do, but he knew that Wu Yan's words definitely offended the other party. Tigray was stunned, he kept his expression and didn't say anything, but there was only one thought in his mind, he's dead for sure. Hughes was stunned, he threw all his indifference into the trash can, his eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Wu Yan. Chuju, Mikoto, Liren, and even Ikaros were stunned. Even if they were with Wu Yan day and night, they didn't know what to do with Wu Yan's sudden outburst. Everyone present was stunned, even though they didn't know what was wrong with this person who defeated the Iron Dog's mercenary group leader a few days ago, but they knew that if he offended the Lori family, no matter how strong he is, he's dead for sure, unless he's a tier 9. But, is that possible? At least, no one in the audience would believe it. So, they can only think that Wu Yan is young and frivolous, thinking that he's invincible after defeating the Iron Dog's mercenary group leader, and now his Chinibu syndrome is acting up. Lulu, who didn't react for a long time, even though she didn't know why Wu Yan acted like this, but when she heard Wu Yan call her a witch, she got angry. Lulu put her hands on her hips and puffed out her chest, her pair of full breasts became even more prominent, blinding Chuju and Mikoto's eyes. But she didn't notice, she pointed at Wu Yan and loudly retorted. "What witch? How do I look like a demon?" Wu Yan sneered and waved his hand. He pointed at Lulu and said confidently, "Then tell me, which part of you doesn't look like a demon?" "I don't look like a demon in any way. I'm a real human," Lulu shouted angrily. Wu Yan suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness. Not only him, but everyone present felt the same way. This is not the place to refute, is it? No one doubts that you are not human. Wu Yan smiled embarrassedly and shrugged. Alright, let's just say you're a human. What do you mean by even if? I am a human, a real human. Lulu immediately retorted loudly, as if the so-called witch was a great insult to her. Wu Yan coughed and continued with a straight face, "Then, are you the human who wants to make a move on our Midoriya family? Who wants to make a move?" Lulu pouted and said unhappily, "I don't like to bully people. It's all his fault, he forced me to come." After saying that, she pointed at the stunned Tigray and pushed all the responsibility away. She even said it in a righteous manner, she didn't have any self-awareness that she dragged Tigray down with her. Wu Yan's face fell, he rolled his eyes at Lulu and said unhappily, "Aren't you the one with the most authority here? You're blaming others like that, aren't you a little too undisciplined?" "What? It's the truth," Lulu said angrily, "I didn't want to bully people here at all." "Then what are you doing here?" Wu Yan looked at Lulu suspiciously. To be honest, this was the question in his heart. He really didn't know why Lulu would appear here. As for Lulu leading the way to Midoriya family to pick a fight. It's not that Wu Yan looked down on her, but Wu Yan felt that if she was sold one day, he wouldn't even be able to find her, let alone pick a fight. Lulu directly opened her mouth and said 5 words. Wu Yan's face turned awkward and the others were stunned. I'm just passing by. Wu Yan looked at Lulu speechlessly and sighed. Alright, then young lady passing by, what are you doing here? Hearing Wu Yan's question, Lulu started explaining to Wu Yan. She talked about how she's trying to please him, how she's trying to be a good host, how she's too embarrassed to refuse. She spilled everything out as if she's venting her dissatisfaction. While Wu Yan blushed with shame, it also confirmed another thought in his mind. Lulu was sold to help count the money, that's right. On the other hand, Tigre's face turned ugly. Let's not talk about the harmonious atmosphere between the young miss of the LoveLore family and that little bastard. Just the fact that Lulu told them about how he fawned over them was enough to embarrass him. In Bihurl, he was considered a person of status. Even though it wasn't something to be despised for currying favor with the empire's #1 family, but in an instant, the fact that he tried to curry favor with them to get their hands on the Midobia family was completely exposed. At the same time, when he saw how Lulu and Wu Yan were conversing with each other, as if they knew each other, Tigre had a bad premonition. Hughes also had a bad premonition. When he saw how familiar Wu Yan and Lulu were, he frowned and didn't let go for a long time. When Wu Yan finished listening to Lulu's explanation, he finally understood. Lulu really was just passing by and wanted to rest here. In the end, she tried to curry favor with them and acted as a host. Therefore, when Tigre asked the LoveLore family for help, they naturally couldn't refuse and came here together. In other words, you were tricked here. Wu Yan rubbed his chin and said with sudden realization. Yes, yes. Lulu nodded repeatedly, then suddenly thought of something and shook her head furiously. No, no, it's not a trick, it's not, it's a trick, it's not. I'm so confused. Lulu's face was distressed. Her pondering look immediately made everyone laugh. Of course, it was a very kind laugh. Only now did they realize that the high and mighty young miss of the LoveLore family in their hearts was actually just a cute little girl. Of course, in Wu Yan's words, she was just a little naive and muddle-headed, but could also be said to be natural. I think you should stop thinking about it. Just take it that you were really tricked. Wu Yan looked at Lulu and smiled. How can I just let it go? Lulu wrinkled her little nose. I don't want to admit that I was tricked. It's like I'm stupid. When Wu Yan heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. It's not like you're stupid, you're really stupid. You're the stupid one. Lulu shouted in dissatisfaction. The two of them quarreled as if there was no one around, but no one jumped out to stop them. How should I put it? Although they were quarreling, no matter how one looked at it, the two of them were so familiar with each other that even if they quarreled, there wasn't the slightest bit of tension. So much so that even though Wu Yan is being so unreasonable in front of their family's Missy, none of the LoveLore family members reacted in time to deal with the guy who offended their Missy. Fei Fei is the only one who is bitterly smiling at the side. Back when they were still in the supply town, back when they were still working with Wu Yan, this kind of scene happened almost every day. Fei Fei didn't object because even though it seemed like Lulu was being bullied by Wu Yan every time, Fei Fei, who raised Lulu since she was a child, how could she not know that Lulu was actually very happy to be able to communicate with Wu Yan like this? Wu Yan and Lulu don't know what other people are thinking, but the two of them are having a good time bickering with each other because they can feel that the sense of unfamiliarity they felt after their separation is gradually disappearing. The sense of familiarity from before is returning to them. At this moment, Gray finally recovered from his stupor. He thought that Wu Yan's offensive words towards the young miss of the LoveLore family would cause irreparable damage, but in the end, the situation developed in such a dramatic way. Just a moment ago, he was seen as a formidable foe, but now, he's happily chatting with Wu Yan. The bystanders can see that the two of them are very familiar with each other. Gray can also see that. Do they know each other? Gray looked at Wu Yen suspiciously and asked softly, Do you know each other? You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.